Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidate trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about Shouty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing about a woman all day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the seven no meter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man makes them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family, greetings. And thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Chroma. Hopefully, we'll be joined with Lady Che. She's at the dollhouse. So I just sent her the link, so hopefully she joins us. And Shabaka as well. And on this season 5, episode 44 or 44, part 2, part deuce of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is white woman says she feels safer around black men than the men of her own community. The Democrats unanimously pass a vote for October 14th as Charlie Kirk Day. The caudacity. Mind you, Black family, it's the same day George Floyd's birthday is as well. Why did the Senate pass a national day of remembrance for Charlie Kirk? Because the Senate is a racist white supremacist, just like the House of Representatives is racist white supremacists. Like the whole United States government is a bunch of white supremacists and shills and minions. Erika Kirk named CEO and chair of Turning Point USA after Charlie Kirk's death. Trump slips up big during Charlie Kirk's funeral, which was today. During his funeral speech, free speech under attack, left versus right. Supreme Court kicks Fani Willis off the Trump case for good. There's Lady Che. She's not going to be able to connect because she ain't got no headphones. Damn it.
Okay. I'm here by myself, cuz?
Yes, you're
No,
here.
I don't know.
Yes.
Um,
I'm going to the intro, Lady
I see
Che.
you, three little eyeballs. I see you. Who's in here? Matt, Twin. That's just back.
Let me finish doing the introduction. Thank you for joining us. I was going over the topic.
Well, it looks weird on the phone, cuz. Like, majorly weird. This the way it's set up.
Okay.
And why ain't nobody? Where the fuck is Jesse? Like, why ain't nobody talking to me? Talk to me. Right. Like sooner, I'm gonna tray up. I'm talking to myself. Like,
Jesus, she needs headphones. It's not gonna work because she ain't got no headphones. So she's gonna have to go on a Bluetooth speaker or something. That's the only way that's gonna work. I wish she would text me, but she doesn't do that. All right. So anyway, you're gonna need headphones, Lady Che. That's the only way you're gonna be able to hear me. So it's not gonna work because the cat's messed up her headphones.
Yeah, fine. So you could let me back in, but where the fuck is you guys? There you are. Of course, there you are.
Right here. Like, what are you talking about? Where am I at?
Did he just pop up? Am I tripping? He just popped up, right? What? Good Lord. Anyway, I'm in here for a little bit. Don't do no long ass motherfucking shit today, okay? Not in the mood.
In the mood
and I'll
for
dip.
Today.
I'll dip.
Let me finish.
I don't care.
Where you came on here.
No. No rush shit. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second. I'm only in here for a little bit because I'm cooking a meal and my battery is like at 20%. So I was just playing around. I was just being an ass. Let's play around. Right. So, and it's mighty motherfucking late.
Yes, it is. So late? Because I had a reparations meeting. If you was paying attention, I sent you the invite to the reparations meeting.
Jesse, when you leave, I'm on my time. When you leave, I'm watching movies and sleeping and shit. I'm not doing anything that's super stressful.
Hey, y'all, like, time eludes her. It doesn't even exist to her. But for the rest of us, time actually matters. So
that's not true. Is it Jesse's overwhelming me with all this fucking pollution of the fucking internet? I need a break from that. Y'all don't understand. To do all this, you need a break for your own sanity. Right? So if I stayed on watching podcasts all day and watching the news and shit, I'd be just as toxic as he is. So I need to have a break. I took my break. I went to sleep. Now I'm cooking a meal right here where I'm sitting, and I ate. All right, I actually had some donuts that were like really fuck me all
Lady,
up. All that good
nobody
shit. I don't care. This is my shit too. I
trying
don't
to
give a
finish
fuck.
the introduction. Like, damn.
Whatever. Introduce
Finish
what? It's day 3. Day
going
3, family, of the
two,
Frontline Black News.
part two, not
Day
day two.
2, family. Day 2 of a 5-hour fucking shot. Like you
Yes,
just like we didn't spend enough time together yesterday. At the
that's
Act
right.
Summit and then the Frontline Black News.
Yes, yes, this is what we do no matter
My
what is going
man,
on.
man, y'all might as well just come live over here with us because he don't know how to stay off the internet and
Might
go
as well
live all
stay
motherfucking day long and then do this.
have, and Lady Che don't know nothing but to be disruptive. Now let
I'm
me
going. I'm
finish
going
with
on mute. I'm just playing. I'm going on mute. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Jesus freaking
Go ahead, Jesse.
Christ.
I'm just playing around. I apologize.
All right,
Maybe.
before Lady Che rudely interrupted me, I was
Yeah, I
going on
did.
for the show, and I had ended up where Supreme Court kicks Fani Willis off the Trump case for good. 40 acres in a lie. Generational wealth stolen in day one of the 2025 ACT, meaning Active Collective Trauma Community Summit in Aurora, Colorado. So those are the
You're on
topics.
day 1 of that?
Yes, because I was supposed to do it last night, and I didn't get
You're gonna
to it.
put a
So
whole 5-hour motherfucking video, are you?
okay,
They seen it already. They were here. They were in the
no, they
chat, cuz.
here. No, they weren't. Mac was, Twin was, but that's not
Okay,
everybody
that's
that
all that matters. That's all whoever watches it anyway.
exactly, Mac. I'm on FBA business. I don't have time for nonsense. I really don't. I don't have time for none of that other shit she's
And
talking
it's
about.
not on it. It's like the stick is so far up there because he couldn't reach it if he wanted
Yep.
to.
That's the only way anything is gonna get done. That's the problem we have as a people. We want to joke and play around when shit is supposed to be serious. That's the
Right.
problem that we have as a people.
That's the
That's why
problem, family.
That's why we
That's
are in
the
the
problem.
same situation that we were in 60 years ago in 2025 because mothers want to parlay, party,
Parlay and party and kick it. That's the
trick
problem,
off,
y'all.
don't leave nothing to defendants, etc., etc. That's the
That's the
problem.
issue. That's the
We gotta
problem.
go and we breaking
You gotta
it
break
now.
that cycle.
Yep.
All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead and break this cycle and get the show started. Shit.
Right now. All right. So, like I said, the first topic is white supremacist. White woman says she feels safer around black men.
I thought that was yesterday's topic.
No, it wasn't because we didn't get to it.
Why?
Because we had other topics to get to, Lady Che. It was on the list.
Oh, I know why. I just put some long ass fucking clips.
You kept interrupting like you're doing right now. So please stop. I'm just gonna kick you off the studio. Do you want me to kick you off the studio? No, you don't. So please act like you got some sense. Thank you.
And you don't think something bad will happen?
I don't care. So anyway, Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on that.
You know, when you look at the truth about who's really violent in America and who is the group that you are most worried about if you're in the mall, if you're in school, if you're in the church, if you're in a movie theater, if you're at an outlet mall, there's one group of men who have a documented history of attacking innocent people in these locations. And then you have another group of men who have never done that, who don't even get down like that. Case in point, I want to show you this video what this white woman has to say and who she feels actually safe around.
So this is probably going to be very controversial. I feel more safe
Only
in a
$2.
space shared with Black men, then I feel very unsafe in a space shared by white men. Now, before y'all get your panties in a wad and get all pissed off about this, when I am surrounded by a bunch of white men, I'm constantly looking around. I have no fear in a room full of Black men. The reason why, when I go to the movies, I don't worry that a Black man's gonna the movie theater. When I go to my church, I don't worry that a Black man's gonna the church. When I go to the mall, I don't worry that a Black man's gonna the mall. When I go to my children's school, I don't worry that a Black man's gonna the school. Black men will target 1 or 2 or 3 individuals. White men will go schools, movie theaters, churches, your grocery store. So before you say that you're worried about being surrounded by Black men, you better think about that.
Boy, I know they are hot with her for making that video. And the reason why they hot with her for making this video is because it's true. It's the truth. I mean, we have documented cases. We have news reports. People have made documentaries. Many have went to jail, right, in their community for doing exactly what she's saying. You don't have brothers doing anything like that. And I know that, to try to dismiss her, they're going to try to say, oh, she dates Black men. Oh, she's a mud shark. They try to say all these little dumb words like it matters. And let's talk about that. Calling white women who date Black men names. The reason why you call them names, because like I said, I've studied just psychology. A lot of them feel like white women belong to them, and how dare they go choose to mess with another group of men, especially Black men. And so if the only way for them to cope that the white woman not choosing on a lot of them is to call her names, to try to dismiss her, whatever the case may be. He said that he was so angry and upset because he kept seeing beautiful white women with Black men. He didn't worry about the white women with Hispanic men or Asian men, but it has to do something with the Black man. The Black man is the one that triggers them, not Asians, not Hispanics, or anybody else. But the fact is, it's just a reality. What she had to say. And, what they'll probably do with her is try to find out who she is, find out who she worked for. I'm telling y'all doing that mess. The Democrats are way better headed than y'all. And when they get back into power, y'all gonna be crying because y'all really got it stirred up with them, and y'all showing them new ways of doing it. Oh man, like I said, man, I see it coming, and I already know the crying gonna be there. I already know, because the Democrats gonna be so relentless when they get back in power with them, because they're gonna be so relentless. They're gonna try to fix it with y'all can't ever get back in power again. Or whatever. And a lot of America probably thinking that as of now too, because like, wait a minute, they ain't doing too much. It's like, why is it not focusing on the economy? You know what I'm saying? You worry about everything else but the economy. But they a lot of them run around just angry. And a lot of them are angry because I heard this one white lady talk about this. It say they got everything they want, but they don't feel fulfilled. And that's what they're angry about. Like, how is it I got everything, but I feel empty? I don't feel anything. And the Black people who don't have any of this, they happy. They enjoying their life. They're fulfilled. And that just really angers them. They know what they did to us as Black people, and yet we still smiling. We still doing good. We still progressing as a people. Yeah, that really angers a lot of them. They don't like seeing us progress at all. But I've been saying that I'm gonna tell you something, white people are extremely safe around Black people because they'll call it what it is. Black folks not gonna put a hand on a lot of them, even some of the criminals, because they know if they put a hand on them, they gonna go get more time. They know that. All Black folks know that. That's why white people will be very, very safe in the Black area. They know that. She can go to a black lounge, a black club, concert, cookout. She can go to any of them places and nobody not going to do her anything. If she walk in there, they probably say, oh, okay, well, I guess she must be one of the cool ones, I guess. You know, say, okay, you want some food or whatever? And especially coming there with her black girlfriends, then they think she all right.
I tell you, in the
they get mad. Let me tell you something. You know you foul when you get mad at the truth. See, it's what I'm with you if someone's lying on you and you get upset by that. Now I'm with you 2,000% because nobody should be lied on. Nobody. But when someone's telling the truth and they can back that truth up, see this situation, even with old boy from Turning Point, people been just repeating the words that he said or showing the things that he said, and you don't want to hear it. Your excuse is, well, you know, you heard that wrong or you took that out of context. No, nobody took it out of context. It was plain English. It was plain. Nothing was out of context at all. And a lot of them, brothers and sisters, don't want to face the reality. They don't want to hear about slavery. They don't want to hear about anything because they're thinking that's going to absolve them, and it's not. But when you saw what happened with old boy from Turning Point last week and the violence, the pure violence that's in that particular community, listen, let me tell you something. Women like her know the full scale of that violence because a lot of that violence is enacted on her as a white woman. So she telling you she knows what she's talking about because they live with them. They got family. You understand? They got people in their lineage that were domestic terrorists on black people and took lives of black people and know where the bodies are buried. So when she say, I feel safer around black men because the men in my community, I don't know if they're going to pull up and add a place out. That's a fact. But I'm going to say this much. We are not the refuge for people. Y'all need to go work out y'all issues over there. I am not advocating for everybody to go run as a refuge underneath black people. No, go work out your problems over there. That's why I say black folks, we need to gatekeep everything we got going on. Gatekeep our lounges, our clubs, gatekeep cookouts, gatekeep events. We need to gatekeep. Because nobody should be running for us like we are some refuge. No. Because when we need refuge, nobody want to give us no refuge. So forget that. No, Lord. No. Not whatsoever. We are not nobody's refuge. As a people. But the truth that you spoke, ma'am. Because we've been saying that. And black men are not no criminals out here like that. Yeah, you got criminals in every community, okay? And we know our issue is poverty. But they are admitting the truth. And that's breaking down their propaganda. And that's also why they're so upset. Because they feel like, man, the white woman is too out of pocket. Now, some of them definitely some of them is on the team, of course. But then a lot of them not on the team. In order for that system to work, everybody got to be on the team. And that's why they fractured. And they can't keep operating like that, being fractured. But like I said, I'm here for it. We staying out the way. We not bothering nobody. We resting. Leave us alone. Leave us out of it. You know, fix our issues. Fix. You know, a woman like her, if you have a white child, raise your white child, the son the right way. Raise them the right way. The only thing I can say, maybe learn some of the values from Black America. And apply those values to your son so you don't repeat the cycle. And stop putting guns in their hands when they like 4, 5, 6 years old. That's one thing I can give you. Don't teach them that that's normal to have an instrument to take a life. Don't teach them that. Stay away from it. But I don't know, brothers and sisters, what y'all think about this lady here and what she said about the black community? They just trust me. They know we not no violent people. They know because and we were told this whole country about now.
If you're not already subscribed to the
Right. Phil, big one salute to Cuzzo J Militant. Appreciate plugging the channel earlier. What are your thoughts, Lady Che, on what the Becky had to say about her own community, the men in her own community?
Look, I'm gonna say this. I'm kind of like I'm a separatist and a black nationalist, and I'm just black first, regardless of my whatever the fuck the mixture. Okay, regardless of that, I really don't think on that level because I'm all about the black man, black woman, black child thing, right? I don't know. I'm gonna say that, but what Uncle Phil is saying, a part of it just sounded like a whole bunch of bullshit. He's like, why we call him names? Like, first of all, what did he say? What did he say? What do you call that lady? A mud?
Yeah, you misunderstood what he said.
No, I heard what he said.
No,
He called her something else. He said something else, right? Mud something or other, right?
Men in her community call
Yeah, but we do it too. We're not guilty of that. I do it too. I ain't gonna fucking front. I know he's lying. You know he fucking lying because I do it. We all do it. We all thought, like, secretly, did you not think she was on some fetishizing shit?
What black person calls a white woman a mud shark? That doesn't even make any sense.
White people don't do it. White people do that.
That's what I'm saying, and that's what Uncle Phil was saying.
Just let me finish my statements before you interrupted me, cuz. Fuck. Anyway, back to what I was saying. We all call these broads some kind of name, okay? When they talk like that. Well, I thought, that's what I initially was thinking about when she first started talking. But she didn't say nothing about nothing sexually. So she was just talking about the random acts of violence and shit, right? So I'm like, the way the topic was like, why she feels better and whatever the fucking topic is, sounded salacious like a motherfucker, and it made it seem like that. So whoever put the topic like that, titled it like that, made it seem like it was gonna be on some old sexual freaky deaky fucking fuck shit. Okay, so don't worry about why I judged it like that. Whoever titled it like that is on some bullshit. Okay, now moving on. What she said wasn't a lie, but I also don't like how she said that black men usually target 1 to 3 people like that, like it's a fact, like that was a factual thing. You know what I mean? I didn't like that part. I didn't like what he was saying altogether, like half and half, and probably because Jesse likes to say his old lady kind of is like Hawaiian or Mexican or some shit. So he feels a little bit of bias about the shit. Maybe that's what that's about. I don't know. But that's your question, Jab. What am I cooking? I'm cooking some chicken, and brown rice. And what I was talking about in the back, was that I added some salsa to that shit. So, because I didn't, because y'all don't even want to get into it. Jesse, you heard what I said. I said what I said. You owe me $2. One of these, right? They're like because we needed this little taco spot right across the street. Well, they make burritos at the little grocery store, right? And they always leave these little salsa things. Well, we don't eat them with them because it's kind of spicy as it is. And I don't ever see the fucking, mine don't ever come with no salsa pack. Anyway, back to what I'm saying. That's what I was doing. I was adding that, and I was adding what I was adding, and I was just making some shit with the brown rice. And that's what I was doing. But I was back here cutting up, and I had to put it on mute because we were cutting up back here, and Jesse wouldn't like that. So, well, Jesse time. I'm done.
All right.
What did you think about it, Jesse?
I thought she was telling the truth. And she's not the first one I've heard say that. I've heard several of them say that same thing, that they feel safer around us than they do their own people, because you guys think they live. You don't know nobody till you live with them. They've lived with them. they lay down with them. They give birth to them. So of course they're gonna know them better than we're gonna know them. And
Of course
that's what they've told me on numerous occasions. Like, look, men in my community are trash. They're fucking pedophiles. They're fucking child molesters. They're rapists.
Mm-hmm. Of course they did.
So she's not the first one to say that shit.
I'm sure she is it. I'm sure they will be.
I didn't see it as no fetish shit. I seen it as like, was actually telling the truth about.
I wouldn't either if I don't know how to read between the lines.
We were always talking about. Hold on, lady, stop interrupting me. I didn't interrupt you. Why you gotta interrupt me?
This is all some fuck shit.
I literally let you talk. I'll let you get out whatever it is. You said you were done, so let me. And then you asked me what I thought, so I'm telling you what I thought. I didn't think it was no fetish shit. I thought she was actually telling the truth. I was talking about how savage these mugs are, how damn violent they are. So she's just reiterating what we've been saying about her community, about the Caucasoid community. The mugs are savages. They're barbarian. Hold on, I'm not.
Wait. Because you mean to tell me that you believe that shit, knowing that them bitches were the first motherfucking bitches to fucking put our women and fucking and degrade our women during the shadow of slavery? Beat our women. They beat our women. They beat our women.
The topic was about
their women. Them fucking Karens, cuz beat our women in slavery, cuz.
From the harm, Lady Che. That's not what I'm saying.
They didn't win them. They didn't get them beat. They didn't get them killed.
She's talking about their men. She's talking about their men that they give birth to. That they fucking, they didn't even breastfeed.
So you gonna side with the devil's vessel, cuz?
They gave birth to these mothers.
The devil's vessel?
No.
You feel sorry for the devil's vessel? The devil's vessel, man. Are you fucking kidding me? Y'all are just so fucking ignorant on this shit. I'm done talking about it. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ. Don't ask me my thoughts and then you want to interrupt me. That's just very dysfunctional. I apologize. I don't know why Lady Che is acting like this tonight. It's like the second night in a row she done pulled this shit. Now, getting back to what I was saying, I'm not saying the Caucasoid Karen is exempt from what was done to us as a people. I'm saying that what that Karen, what that Becky was saying is true. And I've heard them say that shit numerous times. I was in the Landmark Forum. I heard the mothers complaining about how their daddies was molesting them, raping them, and all that type of shit. So, yeah, what she's saying is true. And they air out everywhere they fucking go. They air out schools, they air out churches, they air out movie theaters, all of that shit. Now, what you're talking about, Mac, is the fetishization. Yeah, they love the man nigga, yes, of course. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just how their men in their community are in general. They're savages. Exactly. That part. Well, now y'all going where Lady Che was going with the shit. I wasn't even talking about it like that, but okay. Max said they told him that too. And Jay Millie said he just had that conversation the other day. Mm-hmm. Yep, Becky was all over your Johnson, I believe it. Now there of course there's the ones that's like that. I don't think she was on some fetishization. I think she was just like, look, if I go somewhere, I feel safer around black men than I would around white men. Is basically what she was saying. I don't think she was saying that in a fetishization way. I think she was just saying in general, like, because our people, her men, they shoot up every goddamn thing. So that's what my thoughts are on it. Yeah, know y'all just joking around. Yeah, we don't start nothing. But we will finish some shit, but we don't start it. I spoke on how white women are treated by their white men. Yeah, they treat them like property. And you'll hear them say that.
That ain't none of our business how they treat their bitches, cuz. And that ain't none of our business. And to be honest, them bitches, cuz, was over there in the house beating our sisters, cuz, for being drug into the house and being made a bedwench. Cuz you think them broads wanted to go in the house? You think any of our sisters wanted to go in the house and lay up with them nasty, dirty, foul ass, pink dick having ass fucking white men, cuz? And be forced to carry a fucking seed, to create mulattoes and shit. You really think that? You really think that the sisters wanted to pull off whatever? Just answer that question. Do you really think that?
Answer that
Do you
question.
think that? Yes or
Who
no?
was raping them? Who was raping them? Who was raping this?
White men were raping them, right? White men had the fantasy, right? Okay, wait. But it was a it was a white bitch that was fucking hitting the sisters, guys, and getting them killed and all that shit, guys. All that shit, blaming them for shit. Well, they couldn't raise their nasty ass motherfucking children, but put them on the fucking the sister, guys. No. Why you feeling that way? That's how I feel about that. Fuck them bitches, cuz. Every character gets spit in the fucking face for all I give a fuck. That shit is wrong.
Jay Millie did a whole
lie. It's a lie, right? It's a lie. It's a
live on it.
I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you why I don't agree with the shit. But I'll talk all about how they made. This has been going on for a long motherfucking time. The white bitches are in control of their men, guys. They're in control of their men too. Don't feel sorry for that. That's ignorance. That's cognitive dissonance, guys. You're smarter than that. You're better than that. Be better than that. Going back on mute.
For them. All we're doing is acknowledging how savage their men are. Like, what part of that aren't you understanding?
Where do you think they get it from, cuz? They get it from them. Them women teach them how to be that way. Okay. Jesus Christ, this is cutting distance on a whole new level. You think they'll pop out the coochie and want to be doing some crazy shit? No. Who taught them that? Them bitches taught them that.
Okay,
oh, no, your mama didn't teach you, cuz? I know. When I talked at the coochie, I had a mama. My mama taught me some shit. Who teaches who? Who teaches who?
That's not what my mama taught me.
Who teaches who when they pop out a baby? Who teaches the baby?
Our women breastfeed.
Yeah, a woman teaches the baby, right?
Damn nannies.
No, stop answering the motherfucking question, cuz. A woman teaches the baby, right? Does a woman teach the baby? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Now add race to it.
A lot of times it's a black
now
woman.
Add race to it.
Breastfeeding them and rearing them because.
Oh God, you're so fucking dumb. This is dumb. So stupid. Listen, I'm gonna calm down because my heart's about to explode. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna give you this away with where we're not gonna even put color to it. Okay. Listen, let me calm down, right? A woman has a baby. Stop with just wait before you get to chat. A woman has a baby, yeah? She pushed the baby out, right? So the baby has to go on the fucking teat. Okay, cool. Right? She teaches the baby stuff. You know how to walk, stand, how to use his little hands, how to speak, right? What to say, how to play, right? That's the woman. The woman teaches the baby, right? That's always how it's been. That's always how it's been. That's how mothers are. Even in the animal kingdom, right? The mother has the baby, the mother rears the baby, the mother teaches the baby all the things the baby needs so it can be on its own, right? Yep. All right, bet. Now, in our case, the difference is we created them. They turn around and be savage, right? But we didn't create that shit. We didn't steal that. That came from something else, right? So Satan's bitch had a little baby, right? The man. She pushed out a boy. She reared that motherfucker to be a savage. She reared him to be an asshole. She reared him to be racist. She reared him. Then he goes and then he treats her like that. Okay, cool, it's whatever, right? But that's where he got it from. The man don't push the baby out. The man don't put the baby on his nipples. The man don't do that. The woman does. So while you sit here, oh yeah, we're having a collective conversation about women, how they feel about the men in their community. Well, they only got it from one place and one place only. And that's the fucking best. That's a female. The female reared him to be racist. The female reared him to be a motherfucking animal. The female reared him to be gay and odd. The female did it. So while we sitting here feeling sorry for the old case, Becky, let's be honest about the shit. That's all I gotta say. Anybody else who's using your fucking cognitive dissonance coherently while you're awake is fucking retarded and dumb and real off-brand, and I don't want to be around that shit. Going back on mute.
All right, Lady Che, that's your VGQ. I don't even know what to say after that. She's calling people off-brand and all this shit just for disagreeing with her, which is very childish. But anyway, ain't nobody feeling sorry for the Beckys. All we're doing is acknowledging what they're saying is true about their men. That was it. That was it. That was all. Crew said he grew up around them. I grew up around them. I seen that shit firsthand. Their daddies won't even discipline the children at all. And that's because they become submissive to the white man. She then does things to prove herself to that white man. Yep. To teach the child life. In order for white supremacy to die, the white woman must divest. Yep. Pretty much. With the body should be with the father after 10. But the baby should be with the father after 10. Yeah, that's usually how it goes, crew. But these mugs are so deadbeat, they don't even raise their own goddamn children.
Okay, sorry about that. My phone's heating up. And it's showing me at 20%. So sorry about that. That's all I gotta say. I'm sorry about that. Carry on.
All right, Lady Shane. I'm gonna move on to the next topic because this got real heated. Like just.
No, it's okay. It's cool. I'm over it. Let's just move on to the next topic. I'm just telling you that the phone is hot, and I'm at 20%.
All right.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah. I'm going on mute.
So speaking of white supremacists, Charlie Kirk was buried today. Had his punk ass funeral today, and right before that, the Democrats unanimously voted to give him a holiday, which is ironically the same day as George Floyd's birthday. So Democrats unanimously vote October 14th as Charlie Kirk Day. So Professor Blacc Truth is going to give us an update on that. Shout out to Professor Blacc Truth. I've been listening to him for over 10 years, and everything that he said has come to pass. Yeah, I want a funeral. No, it was today. What are you talking about, crew? It was all over the internet. His funeral was today, or his memorial was today. One of the two. Either the memorial or the funeral was today. But either way, the dump spoke, and a bunch of other white supremacists spoke as well, including his wife, talking about she forgive. That you said the memorial was bigger than Michael Jackson's? Hell no. All right, so Professor Blacc Truth gonna give us an update on that.
This YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure the YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now the Sunday address. The DNC shills are constantly lecturing the black public in general and the black media in specific, telling everyone that the Democrats are the only resistance. So the creeping fascism of the white right, isn't that their favorite word? It's been their favorite word since 2015. We're the resistance, we're the resistance. Well, let's see how well the resistance is going. Oh, what a surprise. In the House of Representatives, there was a vote to, quote unquote, honor Charlie Kirk, the racist, for, well, I'm not sure, I guess for being a white male who said racist stuff that delighted the likes of racists like Mike Johnson and his ilk. Roads are crumbling, bridges are literally falling apart if you drive over them. The cost of groceries is as high as the cost of tuition. People can't afford rent, much less buy a house, but this is what the House of Representatives chose to waste its time on. And the measure passed. Why was there not an effort by Democrats to block it or stall it or whatever? Not only did Democrats not try to stall or block this, they actually to honor a racist who was totally dishonorable. Not surprisingly, the Democratic House leader, Hakeem Jeffries, voted for this pathetic measure, and he wasn't alone. Jamie Raskin voted for it. Pete Aguilar and Ted Lieu, both congressmen from California, voted for it. So another example of liberal California in action. In fact, a lot of Hispanic and Asian congresspeople voted for this measure. And Sarah McBride voted to honor the racist Charlie Kirk. For those of you who don't know, Sarah McBride is the transgender congressperson who the white media made much hay out of being elected. Charlie Kirk excoriated transgender people, yet the transgender congressperson voted to honor him. Just another demonstration that these white liberals are not confused. They understand their position in the world is not tied to their religion, nor to their alleged education, or their gender or sexual orientation. Identity politics is not what gets them their place in the world, except for their identity as being classified white. They know exactly what side their bread's buttered on. Now, Hakeem Jeffries, in case you forgot, he is the nephew of Dr. Leonard Jeffries, a black academic who, by the way, was excoriated back in the 90s as being an anti-Semite. Just keep that in mind. Hakeem Jeffries has bent over backwards and twisted his forked tongue in knots to stick up for Zionists who tried to destroy and do everything they could to wreck his own uncle, his own blood relative. It just goes to show that you can be related to someone with a good reputation but still break bad. Hakeem Jeffries' district surely wouldn't approve of this crap. So he's not doing it because he's scared that he's going to lose votes if he doesn't honor Charlie Kirk. He's doing it because he's terrified he will lose donor dollars, because the donors are the ones who like Charlie Kirk. They like the white supremacist crap that he would spout. There's a reason Hakeem Jeffries was selected to take Nancy Pelosi's place as Democratic House leader, and now you're seeing why. The white powers that be didn't choose him because they thought that he would fight Trump or that he would fight the fascists. They chose him because they wanted someone who would fight you and me. That's his job, to fight us. So this legislation passed the House smoothly with no opposition. The so-called leader of the Democrats voted for it and didn't say boo, and Democrats had no problem uniting behind it, 95 of them at least. These are the same Democrats who during both the Biden and Obama administrations just couldn't get anything done for black people. They could never solidify the votes on anything pertaining to black people except for the Juneteenth holiday, which, as we told you, was just lazy lawmakers voting to give themselves another paid day off work. A lot of y'all didn't get it. Maybe some of you might get it now. All of a sudden, though, they figured out how to solidify their votes for Charlie Kirk, a man who excoriated them, demonized them, attacked them, and said, don't vote for the Democrats. And just to show that this wasn't some fluke, the United States Senate unanimously passed a resolution designating October 14th, 2025 as a National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk. The key word there being unanimously. That means all the Democrats went for that crap too. That means Cory Booker voted that the nation needs to remember Charlie Kirk. Raphael Warnock voted that the nation needs to pause and remember Charlie Kirk. Those two black female senators that the white media and the black feminists were celebrating, Lisa Rochester, she voted to remember Charlie Kirk. And Angela Also Brooks, she also voted to remember Charlie Kirk too. Bernie Sanders voted for it. Adam Schiff voted for it. Chuck Schumer voted for it. Elizabeth Warren voted for it. John Ossoff voted for it. All of these people who claim to be so concerned about black lives, remember that crap? Well, now they're showing you the only thing they're actually concerned about. The Democrats unanimously supported honoring a racist whose words and deeds had no honor. I guess this is more of that resistance that these DNC shills have told us so much about, right? The House only had a few dissenters. The Senate had none. As Dr. Noam Chomsky said, it's the most sophisticated form of propaganda when someone presents themselves as opposition when in reality they're actually support. You know, it's interesting how times like this, those DNC shills and their sock puppet accounts and their bots and others, they always go quiet times like this. And for some of you people who went along with the get along, you hard-headed fools, you're going to realize you were wrong and that we told you this. We have no friends. For all you DNC shills out there, remind me again why you want us to vote for the Democrats. Because they're going to do what again? All you clowns saying, you Blacc Media, y'all just a bunch of GOP cheerleaders. Well, obviously, we don't love the GOP as much as the Democrats do. We don't love the GOP as much as Hakeem Jeffries does. We don't love the GOP as much as Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders do. But of course, the shills are being real quiet right now because the Democrats are being put to the test and failing with lying colors. I didn't say flying, I said lying colors. By the way, there's one last point. October 14th is a very interesting date because you want to know who else's birthday was on October 14th? George Floyd. Isn't that something? It's perversely ironic that Charlie Kirk, an inveterate racist who lied about George Floyd and mocked his murder, also has the same birthday. Perhaps that's the reason that Charlie Kirk was ready to bend over backwards and jump out a window to attack George Floyd and lie about him every chance he got. And also, you DNC shills who are laying low right now, please remind all of us, what did the Democrats do to honor George Floyd? After all, his birthday was on October 14th. Joe Biden made some loose talk about a George Floyd Policing Act. That's all the Democrats did, some loose and insincere chatter about that, which they never passed because they never intended to. It was always just meant as some empty rhetoric for them to go ahead and get those angry people who are outraged about George Floyd's murder to pipe down and don't worry, we're going to do something when in fact all they were trying to do was to run out the clock. They were waiting to see if people would forget about it so they could move on. That's what their plan was from the very beginning. Do you see the Democrats deciding, you know what, we need to honor George Floyd like we should honor all of the victims of police murder? They didn't do that. So the Senate has now declared the birthday of George Floyd to be the day of remembrance for a mouth-frothing, knuckle-dragging, drool-on-his-shoes racist Charlie Kirk. And every single Democrat in the Senate voted in favor of it too. The same Democrats who couldn't do anything for Black people, they could get all on code to venerate a putrid racist. I really hope all these DNC shills and maggots who have infested my comment section will go ahead and tell us all how important it is for us to back the Democrats because they're going to stand up to the Republicans. They're the resistance. Where the hell's the resistance at? They're collaborating. All the people who keep popping up in our comment sections, copying and pasting the DNC talking points that the Blacc Media is just a bunch of Republican tools. No, stupid, this is what Republican tools look like. The Blacc Media has never praised or applauded Charlie Kirk on anything. Democrats have, and they've voted repeatedly to honor someone who was totally dishonorable. Charlie Kirk wasn't grassroots, he was pure astroturf. He was an invention of wealthy right-wing billionaire donors. I laid out in last Thursday's morning briefing that every right-wing blowhard you ever heard of, from Ben Shapiro to Barry Weiss to Breitbart to Charlie Kirk, were all chosen and funded by wealthy benefactors who had the money to send them around the country on jets, first class, to pick up a phone and instantly get them time on any network and get them places on any university campus, get them put on Fox News, go ahead and spread their gibberish far and wide. The wealthy have invented entire infrastructures to promote their chosen shills and tools, of which Charlie Kirk was just one. White power invented this guy. He didn't build anything, it was handed to him, because that's what white privilege is. White privilege requires that things be handed to you. Charlie Kirk never finished anything in his life. He couldn't even finish college. A mediocre community college, he had to drop out. Only under white supremacy can a halfway literate college dropout call himself running around to university campuses trying to act like he's smart. And you'll actually have people on the left corner of the white media who will be sitting here lauding this guy and talking about him as if he was so studied and just so intelligent. So to talk about honoring him for his alleged accomplishments, that's a joke and a lie. You might as well invite the one remaining Koch brother and Bill Ackerman to speak, because they were far more responsible for Charlie Kirk's accomplishments than Charlie Kirk was. But as usual, the Democrats have no problem solidifying their votes and getting on board to get legislation passed just so long as it doesn't pertain to Black people. Now, the entire reason that I made this the subject of this Sunday address is to ask you one question. Is this the so-called resistance that these shills and bots and suck-ups and sock puppets for the DNC have been promising us all these years? When they've been calling themselves finger wagging at the Blacc media and lying about us and calling us Russian bots like Joke Reed did, when these people sit here and say, these guys, they're on board the Republicans, is this supposed to be the opposition to the Republican Party? For years, they've told us the Democrats are the only ones who are standing up to Trump and the creeping fascism he represents. But we aren't hearing that line of crap now, are we? I want to see Roly-Poly and the other political prostitutes get out here and tell us what a great job the Democrats are doing now. Go ahead and tell us how they're standing up to the Republicans, standing up to the racists, how they're the ones who are the only things standing between America and full-fledged fascism. These people on the left who played the fools for the DNC are so pathetic. They're all angry and crying right now, a lot of them. How could the Democrats just roll over like this? They're not even trying to fight the Republicans. They're just agreeing with them on everything. Oh my God, are they on the same side as the Republicans? This is why they're going to lose the midterms. I'm not voting for them after this. Gee, I'm so shocked to hear that kind of talk. That the Democrats could ever be revealed as just a pack of liars and frauds, and that they were never actually an opposition party, but rather collaborators with the DNC, and that it makes no sense to vote for Democrats when they're not actually opposing the Republicans. Gee, where have I heard that before? Oh, wait. So all these fools who spent the last 17 years attacking the Blacc media are now the ones who are saying, man, the Democrats don't deserve our vote if they're going to do this. Yeah, they're talking just like us now. You know, I don't want to keep company with people who are so stupid that they need 20 years to figure out something that was obvious in the first 20 minutes. And even then, they don't actually get it. They only seem to understand when it's so blatantly, ridiculously slapping them in the face that they simply can't deny it. Democrats are voting to honor someone who attacked Dr. King, who called Dr. King a bad person, who lied repeatedly about George Floyd, who falsely claimed that Floyd died from a drug overdose, and who giddily celebrated a violent attempt on the life of the spouse of one of their colleagues. How can you shills say the Democrats are going to protect America when the bastards won't even protect themselves? You're all bent out of shape about Jimmy Kimmel getting suspended. Well, nice to see we finally found the one thing you actually care about, your entertainment. Sad to say, more of these people are upset over Jimmy Kimmel not being on the air than they were over the National Guard in D.C. And don't kid yourself, even if Republicans were in the minority in both the House and the Senate, Democrats still would have allowed a vote to come to the floor to honor Charlie Kirk. And you know what? They would have voted to support it too, regardless. Same way we see Gavin Newsom slobbering all over the white right to praise Charlie Kirk and twisting his linguini spine into knots trying to appeal to the white right. It's the same way we've seen Democrats for years trying to appeal to Republican voters. Remember Rahm Emanuel and his so-called Biden Republicans that never materialized. And the Democrats are doing this because the Black grassroots have stopped voting for nothing. Black folks started making demands. The Democrats realized, okay, we're not going to be able to send out any pork chop preachers to get them back in line or to distract them or to otherwise take their eye off the ball. This is more of the Democrats pursuing their appeal to the white right political strategy. And has it worked? Of course not. Have Democrats consistently lost elections trying this? Of course. But they don't care because the only ones they're actually trying to appeal to are their rich donors. And the donors will continue to give them campaign donations, albeit modestly, so long as the Democrats keep making fools of themselves like this. Right? The tools, shills, and sellouts are wrong. I really want the vote blue no matter who crowd to make sure to show up for this one. I mean, we haven't heard from those creeps in a while, and they've been radio silent ever since Friday. It's interesting how many of these fools who had previously been waving the vote blue no matter who flag are now trying to lie and pretend that they were skeptical about the Democrats all along. Oh, you know, I've always had my reservations about the Democrats because I was disappointed I was skeptical from the very beginning. I was waiting to see what they would do with this or that legislation. Well, you're common sense deficient and your IQ is lower than your shoe size if you actually needed to wait to figure this one out. The Black grassroots, the Blacc media saw the game from the very beginning, and we were attacked for it. But as usual, if you're not listening to the Blacc media, you'll always be the last to know. And these online bootlicking clowns are just now figuring this out, some of them, but don't let the DNC cheerleaders lie to you, family. They were dyed-in-the-wool apologists for the same Democrats who today they're whining about. Their problem is that the Democrats have embarrassed them. The Democrats have exposed them, humiliated them, look like the fools that they are. And now they're trying to save face by saying, well, you know, I had my doubts about them for a while now. That's a lie. They were solidly on the Democrats' side, solidly on Team DNC, carrying water for them. They're just embarrassed and humiliated now because the Democrats are now just caving into the Republicans wholeheartedly. They switch sides at this point. And best of all, these butt-kissing shills and bootlicks and liars, they can't deny it. That's how pathetic their defense of the Democrats has become. See, this is the importance of Black folks getting on code and putting our foot down, forcing everyone to say where they stand. Take on those hardline issues like reparations. Force everybody to have to go on the record with what they really believe. Make things come to a head. And of course, let's not forget about the fact that we made it very clear the only way you're going to keep the orange man from getting back in the White House is to do what we say. If not, well, then the nation's in for one hell of a political face peel when Donald Trump's back in there, and you see what the result is. They know that there's no way to put a spin on this or to dilute it or to downplay it. This puts the lie to everything the shills have said about the Democrats and about the Black grassroots. So don't let them sit here and try to take off their DNC uniforms, try to take off their official I Love Nancy Pelosi pins, and then try to pretend like they weren't on board with the BS. And this is the reason why you didn't see the Black grassroots getting terrified about the orange man getting reelected. Why? Because we knew that this would force everyone to have to go on the record. If there actually is an opposition party out there, then they would have to actually be forced to fight. They would actually have to oppose something. Are these guys about representing the American people, or are they only about representing themselves? And now we've gotten the answer. People have been asking for a while now, will the Democrats actually ever fight for anything? And now they're proving what they're going to fight for. They'll fight to honor racists. Not one of them will say a peep about how divisive Charlie Kirk was. And divisiveness was literally the only thing that he did. We were told that reparations was divisive, remember? Well, what the hell was Charlie Kirk? Liars are always saying, we're fighting so hard for you. Well, now we're paying attention and we're keeping tabs and records on what people do. And what a surprise. It's been an uninterrupted record of lies and capitulation and outright collaboration with the very Republicans who they claim to be fighting against the white right, much less fight them, because the game from the very beginning was to con you into thinking there was some sort of resistance, when in reality, they're both two wings on the same white supremacist vulture. I've been telling you this for 17 years. How do you dial people in to be oppressed for the long haul? It's a trick as old as the Romans. Present them with phony opposition. That way they have the illusion that there's some sort of choice in why they can work within the very system that their oppressors set up. That's the purpose that controlled opposition serves. It gets you to sit on your hands and do nothing, and you sit there and think to yourself that one of these sellouts and suckers, one of these traitors is going to actually do something to empower you when they were put there by the very people who subjugated you in the first place. The entire reason they're called controlled opposition is because their job is to control you. So, while the shills and DNC plants are going silent yet again, the Blacc Media won't. Some of you fools actually tricked yourselves into believing that if Trump got back into the White House, that this would force the Democrats to finally have to stand for something and to stop playing games, and that Republican adversity would force the Democrats to finally grow a spine. Well, we in the Blacc Media told you this was never going to happen. As the old saying goes, adversity doesn't build character, it reveals it. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Walter Kelly Jr., Carl Miller, Miss Debbie, John Harvin, and Liban Gurhan. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
And that's right, Professor Black Truth. We told you, you damn Democrats. We told you that the Democrats wasn't going to do shit. They're a bunch of damn spineless jellyfish. They have no spine and not going to stand for nothing. The only thing they stand for is racism and white supremacy. So much for controlled opposition. They are on the same team of racism and white supremacy, and them passing this through the damn Senate shows and proves that wholeheartedly. But y'all didn't want to hear it from us. Y'all kept telling us we was Russian bots and disinformation agents, and we didn't know what we were talking about. Jeff Fart and the rest of you Democrat shills like Roly-Poly Martin, Joyless Reed, Tiffany Cross-Eyed, Andrew Bussy Gillum. The list goes on and on. We told y'all the Democrats wasn't going to do shit to fight against Trump. and this is why we wanted to dump in so everybody would see who they truly were. And now you can clearly see it's a damn shame it took 17 years for you to finally get the memo. The Democrats mean us no good. They are two wings of the same bird, Democrats and Republicans, and their only function is to maintain racism, white supremacy, and control over us. And all they're doing is fighting on who's going to control us. That's it. That's my thoughts. What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I agree. I agree. I don't agree with Well, I mean,
Okay, cuz.
I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying on the Democrat stuff. I agree with what you're saying. I'm sorry, I was a little thrown off because I was on fire for a second. Literally on fire over here.
Oh no.
Like, hey, before I give you my real thing, I gotta get off my chest. Put that blue thread that's behind you, cuz, on the counter
That's
behind
right.
you. Put that blue thread in your backpack, please. Okay, the one that's behind
Right.
you, because I need it
Yeah.
so I can fix my dress. So listen, Faye, I was over here fiddling around with the phone. If y'all saw, trying to get it somewhere so I could cook my meal and watch the show, right? And I sit here and like it's flipping around up and down, moving around everywhere, right? And I lean it forward, right, where like if you look, I'm not gonna show you, but where I had it, there's a light like a ring lamp and a motherfucking where the microphone sits and shit, and then there's like a printer underneath it that's not working right now because it's plugged in. And I put it right there. And I lean forward. I'm cooking on my little stove. I got a little stove in here, right? I'm cooking on my little stove, and I felt like I smelled fire, right? And this real shit just happened. Really, just happened. Smelled fire, and I was like, all of a sudden, like my breath felt hot. All of a sudden, like I was like, God damn, like getting hot in here, cuz like I'm on fire. Call the peoples. Literally, my shit caught fire.
Yeah,
My
like me.
shirt. Yeah, no, real serious, real serious. My shit caught fire. Like it burned a hole in my dress, like this big. Yeah, I thought I see this big. And if I wasn't wearing, proper clothes underneath it, I think I would have lost half my breast meat. I
You would
did.
have
It
pulled a
almost,
Janet
it
Jackson on
almost,
us.
yeah, it almost went. It almost touched the skin. I was on fire for real. Like for real. Like you, like there's a little, like a hole like this big in my shirt right now. Oh my god. Thank God for clothes underneath it, to save my life. Anyway, real
Right.
shit. Real shit. Put that thread in your backpack, okay? Please thank you. But I think about it, I think that it's some fuck shit that they all voted unanimously for this. And that just means we definitely can't trust any of them. And for their to be shared on their birthdays and George Floyd, why would that don't even that's so offensive. That's so offensive. So the birthdays fall on the same day, or his birthday falls on the death day.
Their birthdays fall on the same day.
Mm. I don't know what you think about that, except that's gross. That's just horrible. That shit was funny. Whoever said that in the comment. They talk collectively about their naked. That was funny.
Yeah, I
Um,
think it was.
and nobody should be deleting Jay Millie's comments at all. So, I mean, I think that's uh
That tube and string hard on that bullshit as usual.
yeah. I think that's what it is because I'm on the phone, Jay. You see, I'm having struggles. I can't even really read the comments unless I pick it up and see it. 'Cause I can't barely see the screen. Like I'm wincing to see the screen right now. So, and Jesse, we know Jesse's not doing it because Jesse got like a million motherfucking windows open. So we know he's not doing it. And I'm pretty sure it's not the fellas in the chat that we all know is love. So, gotta be the streamer,
Right.
I think.
Tube on that bullshit.
Like, all the motherfuckers in the chat is like fucking family. So, we know they're not doing it. So but that's my thoughts on the subject. I like how Professor Black Truth and TBA and them have been breaking this down. So it's easy to understand and take in. Because I really just didn't. I just don't. They're all showing their anti-black card, evidently. Even the black ones. You dig? So go ahead. I'm done with my comment.
They're just towing the party line, like I always told you about. All right, so Tariq want to know is going to explain to us why the Senate passed the National Day of Remembrance for this racist white supremacist known as Charlie Kirk.
Subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
All right. We are in the building, ladies and you. Welcome to the Tap In. Glad to have everybody tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to chop up game as we always do. Glad to have everybody in here. Everybody give me a retweet. That would be absolutely phenomenal if you guys can give me a retweet to let everybody know that we're in the building. And while you're retweeting, let me do some real quick shout outs. We got Zatter. We got Ernez, Grinds TV, Stephanie, Hoodoo. We got Sir Mike. We got Trinity, Highland, Martin.
Crew was just saying that
we got Malcolm, Kirk, the Black Receipt, FBA Town Business,
and Lady Shake has no.
Our lovely sister Tiara Dynamite.
Because nobody watches my shit, so
nobody can block it.
Shout out to everybody in here. We got National Reparations Committee in the building.
Yeah, it has to be you.
Respect to you guys.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff we're gonna get into before I get started. Don't forget we have an event at the Hidden History Museum
right now
on October 4th. Saturday, October 4th at 7 p.m. We have the Funny Fall Fest. We have complimentary dinner, food, drinks. We have very funny comedians. We got music. We're going to be mingling, mixing it up. It's a great event to come and chop it up. We have phenomenal events at the Hidden History Museum.
I can't really correct with a little shit.
Being around like-minded people, building, bonding, networking. It's a great vibe. So you got to be in the building. Get your tickets for that at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. hiddenhistorymuseum.com. All right. What's up, Miss Skyline? I see you, dear. I see you. You know, the first thing I want to talk about, family, and again, y'all retweet, let folks know that we're live. I want to talk about, family, y'all hear about this resolution that the Senate voted unanimously on. There was a resolution called the National Day of Remembrance for Charlie Kirk, and they're going to designate this on October 14th, which is his birthday, which is the same birthday as George Floyd, by the way. So Rick Scott on the Senate floor, he called for the passage of this resolution honoring the, quote, legacy of Charlie Kirk. All right. They're really, really going overboard with this thing. They're really, the right wingers, boy, they're using this as a major political football, and they're tossing this thing around like crazy. So the resolution basically, and it passed unanimously, the Republicans and the Democrats. And basically what it means, it's non-binding. It's not going to create a new law, or it's not going to impose any obligations on citizens. It's not going to change any federal policy in any enforceable way. It's really a symbolic thing basically to express Congress's views. You're supposed to formally recognize somebody's contributions and, to call for unity or reflection. So it encourages institutions and organizations and individuals to basically observe the day appropriately through ceremonies, programs, speeches, but it doesn't require anything. So that's what they say on paper. But just the fact that they were forced to do this, because the Democrats didn't really want to do it, but they felt that they had, and this is what I'm hearing, they felt that they had to vote unanimously for it, or they were going to get some kind of backlash from the Republicans. The Republicans were going to use any type of dissent to just go buck wild and say, oh, look at these people. Oh, look how the Democrats are insensitive. So the Democrats got bitched out, basically. The Democrats got hoed out and they were forced to bow down. They really got bitched out by the Republicans. Any Democrat, where the Democrat shields? Where y'all at? Where's Dan? What's his name? Is it the Daniel guy, the Haitian guy? Where are these guys? Where's RJ and all these people? Y'all hop on there. I want to talk to you guys.
Yeah, what the hell you Democratic
shields? So the Democrats getting punked out and holed out. See, let me tell you something. See, family, this is why it was important for the Democrats. They should have been having a hate crime bill for foundational Black Americans. They should have had a hate crime bill a long time ago. We kept telling them we need a hate crime bill. But what happened was they sat up here and let the Charlie Kirks of the world spew that anti-Black gibberish, and they didn't say nothing. They didn't do anything, and they knew that rhetoric put a target on our backs. See, they didn't you couldn't say all that vile shit about Asians. They had a crime bill specifically to help Asians, so you couldn't get out there and say all that crazy shit about Asians. So, talking about COVID being the Asian flu and all of that, they had, oh no, you can't marginalize Asians. Oh, you can't do that. The minute they start saying anything negatively about Asians collectively, they put a stop to that immediately. But the Democrats sit up here and let the right wingers talk all crazy about us, mock our deaths, sit here cacaing and kikiing about it. And now this is biting the Democrats in the ass right now, which is good to me. Listen, the Democrats failed to protect the group who's most targeted by hate crimes. We're majorly targeted by hate crimes, always been. Foundation Black Americans, we have been historically and presently the primary victims of racially motivated hate crimes in the United States. But no specific legislation exists to protect us by name. It's always some kind of lift-all program. But they have all of these other protections for these other groups by name. You see? See, if the Democrats had passed a very specific foundational Black American hate crime bill, they would have built a moral high ground that could not have been hijacked by the far right. You see, without any type of tangible protection for foundational Black Americans, see, now the right wingers, they've hijacked the narrative now. So now, in the absence of any kind of real legislation for foundational Black American justice, so the Republicans now, they're able to elevate a figure like Charlie Kirk, who openly denigrated Black victims all the time, and now he's a martyr. So they've shifted sympathy and discourse in their favor now. And the reason why this happened because the Democrats, they failed to prioritize foundational Black American dignity and protection first. So now, again, this is biting everybody in the ass. Cool, I'm cool with that. See, the Democrats sat up here and they let racial injustice just fester by sitting up here, twiddling their thumbs, playing the coalition game. Instead of them carving out some lineage-based protections for foundational Black Americans, the Democrats did this whole overextending, their focus to broad coalitions. Oh, well, minorities. We need to protect minorities like immigrants. So when they come over, we're going to have all types of protections for them. No, that's not what we asked for. We asked for something for us. No, we got to be inclusive now. They played that game. You see? And a hate crime bill, see, that for Foundation of Black Americans, that would have exposed all of that hypocrisy of Charlie Kirk and all the right-wing white supremacists and the left-wing white supremacists. See, Charlie Kirk, his whole platform, and others like him, not just him, as others like him, their whole platform is all about dismissing anti-Black violence. They sit here and mock police brutality victims who are Black. And they go out of their way to basically deny that systematic racism existed against us. It's not racism. It's, well, you don't have a father. Oh, yeah, there's too much crack in your neighborhood. Oh, you love too much rap music. It's always our fault because of white supremacy. Now, if we had a hate crime bill, that would have publicly invalidated a lot of that rhetoric. So people can't go around spewing that bullshit. That puts a target on our back. And again, this guy sat up here and put a target on our back with that rhetoric, and they're elevating this guy. They're elevating this guy as an icon. And that's the only reason why they're doing it. They're doing it because of his anti-Black rhetoric. Again, like I said, Charlie Kirk ain't known for nothing else. Notice whenever they talk about Charlie Kirk, look how vague they are about Charlie Kirk. Notice they can never tell you what's so great about him. You notice that? Find somebody saying something specifically great about Charlie Kirk. They can never say, okay, he's going to be elevated to the likes of Dr. King and all these people because of A, B, and C. They can't tell you what's so great about him because there is nothing. He was just a white supremacist suspect podcaster who denigrated Black people. That's literally it. And that's why they want to elevate him, because he represents their views. Nothing more, nothing less. You can't say freedom of speech and all of that, because anybody who says something about him, they're getting stifled. So it can't be a freedom of speech. You can't use that argument because everybody's speech is now being suppressed. You see? And the Democrats sitting on their hands and not acting on any of this rhetoric, they empowered the right wingers to basically weaponize Charlie Kirk's death. So they're really weaponizing that death as political leverage. So now they're accusing the Democrats, well, you don't care about violence. You know? Now, see, if the Democrats had passed a hate crime protection for Foundation of Black Americans, they could have said, hey, look, we took a major stand against hate. We put together the historic anti-hate crime bill for Foundation of Black Americans. So yes, we do stand against hate. But the thing is, they want to practice that same anti-Black racism as the damn Republicans. And again, that's popping them in the ass right now. Now they're being victimized by that crazed right-wing rhetoric, which is good, because we had to stop allowing ourselves to be the main targets. We allowed ourselves for so long to be the sacrificial lambs. So we get whooped on while everybody else get the benefits from us getting whooped on, and they get protected while we're sitting up here being their whipping shield. We said enough of that. If we get whipped, everybody's going to get whipped. Now everybody's getting whipped. Yeah. So listen, the Democrats, man, they sat up here and let white victimhood eclipse Black pain. Instead of them centering some kind of legislation around the historic terror that we face, the Democrats, they just sat idle. Now Charlie Kirk is being elevated. They're elevating him above civil rights icons. They're being as disrespectful as possible. They're doing this to be, they know what they're doing. They're doing it to be disrespectful. And, you know, Charlie Kirk was somebody who denigrated our icons. In fact, Charlie Kirk denigrated the Civil Rights Bill. He said it shouldn't have been passed. He denigrated Dr. King. He denigrated the Civil Rights Bill itself. And they have the nerve to elevate this guy as a civil rights icon. The left, boy, you guys, see, y'all should have been acting right. Y'all should have been doing the right thing. See, foundational Black American specific laws, that would have forced the GOP into a corner. A hate crime bill for us, that would have forced the Republicans to support it or openly oppose it. And then y'all could have used that to say, hey, look how racist they are. But y'all wanted to share that same racism with them. Now they're flipping it on your ass and getting your shows canceled. Yeah, they're going roughshod right now. So now y'all gave them the room to pretend to be victims now. And now the Democrats, you keep letting other people deform, or you letting them define the moral battleground right now. Instead of them drawing a clear line around who gets protected and why, the Democrats, they let the right wingers define what martyrdom is. So now they're talking about honoring Charlie Kirk nationally and Black victims of hate crimes and violence. You don't get no federal resolutions like that. No targeted protections. And this is a major political failure. This is with long-term consequences by them not pushing a bill for foundational Black Americans. See, now the Democrats, they left the door for the white supremacist rhetoric to be legitimized through martyrdom. See, this is what they're trying to do, family. They're trying to legitimize all of these white supremacist talking points by making Charlie Kirk a martyr. So now having these national resolutions. So now they're mainstreaming his anti-Black rhetoric. That's what the purpose of this really is. And so the Democrats have been flipping up majorly. But let me get some of the family in here to talk about this. Let me get the family in here. Y'all raise your hands. Everybody raise your hands in here. All right, let's get Ogun. Hop in, Ogun. Mr. Ogun, hop on in. Ogun, unmute your microphone, sir. All right, if you're not ready to get on, don't hit the button. Let's get Queen. Miss Queen, hop on in. Ogun, was that you unmuting your mic? All right, let's get Queen.
Yeah, what's good? We could hear me?
There, y'all hear you now. What's up, Ogun?
Hey, what's up, man? I apologize. Hey, man, if you get a chance, man, yo, check out Plainfield, New Jersey riot. You know, it happened the same week it happened in North. It just happened 2 days after. And I think you'll like that one better, you know, just because at that time, the Blacks was the minority and they rose up and stood against the injustice that was happening to them and led to race soldiers getting killed.
What year was this? What are you talking about? I'm lost.
1967. It happened the same year, it happened the same week, it happened in North, New Jersey.
Okay. Thank you, brother. Yeah, he just came in, this guy. Okay, you kind of came in out of context. You just came in mid-sentence and you didn't really put anything in context. So when y'all bring some information, please bring everything in the right context so I can understand what you're talking about. Queen, hop on, Queen. Miss Queen.
Like weird.
Miss Queen. There you go. What's up, Queen? Queen?
But it wasn't even that hot either. And I used like damn near 8 of those.
Are you all right over there? Miss Queen, are you okay?
It's like the right amount of
okay.
Okay, well, what do you want, ma'am? You requested to get on. What do you want?
I just wanted to say you are a piece of shit. Just
ma'am,
like,
ma'am, that's your house. Your house smells like a piece of shit, okay? You sound like an old, funky cat lady. Your house is a piece of shit, ma'am. You have a Section 8 trailer, and it smells like cat shit, all right? That's why you can barely talk on your phone. Your house is raggedy. You got a T-Mobile phone from 2003, all right?
Oh, look at you muting me.
Well, ma'am, you're not saying anything.
My house is good.
No, it's not, ma'am. It smells
You
like cat
piece
shit.
of shit.
Ma'am,
Just
it
like
smells.
a fuck Charlie.
Ma'am, no, you're not. Watch that potty mouth, ma'am. You don't
No,
suck you don't suck your landlord's balls with that mouth. Now calm down. All right, calm down with that potty mouth, ma'am. We don't do that. You don't hop in here with the potty mouth. All right. Now, what's on your mind? Now, why are you so upset, dear? What's on your mind? Are
Because he
you
hit every other black person. Like seriously.
okay? Now, yeah, you have an accent. Where are you from?
Like it doesn't matter where I'm from. You hit
It does
me.
matter where you're
You
from,
hit
Miss
my
Heather.
people.
Who is your people? Ethiopians? You look like you're from East Africa. What
Yeah,
part of
I'm
East?
Ethiopian.
There you
Fuck
go.
you.
No, 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 no. The Red Cross rice that
No,
y'all share
you're
with each
just
other. That's the y'all got to share Red Cross rice. So that that's what you're. Now, are you over here in my
no,
home?
no. You're just like the white supremacists.
My mic is on now.
I'll get you in a minute, Cat. I'll get you in a minute, brother. I'm dealing with
You're
this.
just like a white supremacist that hits every other black person, regardless where they're from. And
Regardless.
look at you.
Did you say regardless? Okay, you can't even get the language straight, dear. They didn't give you a booklet.
Fuck.
They didn't give you a booklet at the immigration office. You said regardless. Okay,
No,
okay. They should have gave you a book to get your little English together. So you're over here now, ma'am. So you fled to my homeland and now you want to denigrate and talk crap? How dare you?
your
How much it-
homeland.
Yes,
Where?
my homeland. You're in my homeland.
America?
Yes, ma'am, you're in my homeland.
Oh
Why?
my goodness.
How dare you denigrate me in my homeland and you had to flee?
In your homeland. I still have a home to go back.
No, you
Where are you
don't.
gonna go
No, you
back?
don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. You fled. You don't have nothing to go back to. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't. You're
What
never
are you
going back.
talking
Ma'am,
about?
you escaped your homeland. You're never going back. You're in my homeland. You're never
I
going back.
literally can go back any day. I
No, you
literally
can't.
can go back tomorrow.
And
What the
you're
fuck
not
are
though.
you
You're not.
talking?
You're not though because it's too impoverished. You're not going nowhere. You're going to stay right here with FBAs.
Oh,
That's what you're
stop muting. How about
going
that?
to. No, well, stop fleeing. How about that, man?
No, I'm
Yeah,
not. I'm not fleeing.
you flee. You're a fleer. You fled. You fled your big forehead self over here. Huh?
Oh, I fled. No, I
Yes,
did
you did.
not.
Yes, you
I
did.
come here with my own will,
Yeah,
with
they're
my
fleeing.
fucking parents.
You're fleeing. Yes, you and your family
No, that's
fled.
not fucking fleeting.
It is. You're a musty little refugee with a big forehead and
Look at
Jera
you
breath.
muting. You oh,
Ma'am, yeah, because you're not, you have a potty mouth, ma'am. You are a filthy little potty mouth in your homeland, and now you're a filthy potty mouth here. And we have decorum here. We don't let people run amok like they did in your homeland, right?
oh, really? Like
Right.
it's
That's why you
le-
had to flee. You see how filthy you are? How
that
dirty and
that's
how filthy and disgusting you are? That's why your homeland is in shambles. We like to have order over here, man. We
you're
don't want
fucking
that.
disgusting. Not
That's
me. It's not me.
it is
Fuck
you.
off.
No, no, no. You just
No, no, it's not me.
and ma'am, and you probably
Oh,
got a section.
that's you.
You got a Section 8 apartment somewhere in New Jersey somewhere, and you got a giraffe in there. You can't have giraffes in Section 8 apartments, ma'am. You're gonna get your Section 8 revoked. You can't do that. That whole house smell like giraffe pee. You can't do that, can you?
Look how insulting you are. Like,
Ma'am,
do you hear you?
really, you called up using profanity while you're in my homeland against me, and you saying I'm insulting, ma'am? Really? Your house smell like flip flop wind. That's what your whole house smell like.
Your house is better than mine.
Yeah, it's better, much better. Yes, it is. Much, much better.
Okay. Okay,
Any,
let's go with that.
all right. Anything else?
How
Because
about that?
you don't have anything else to say. It sound like you high on something.
No,
So
I'm not high. I just cannot stand you. You just like defied black people altogether.
who? What black people do I defy?
Like anyone is black. Like
What do you
you
mean?
know, like people from Africa is also black, right?
Are you black?
Yeah.
No, you were very skeptical. But y'all run
No,
around
no.
telling people, no, no, no. Y'all run around telling people you're not black. I'm not black. I'm
Oh,
Ethiopian.
oh,
I'm not black.
I'm
No, no,
telling
no, no,
people.
no, 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 no. So no, no. You don't play that game, ma'am. You guys are black when convenient. You go out of your way to tell people you're not black. So we uphold blackness over here. We're the only people who stand on black business all day, every day. You guys are black when there's a check or a grant or a program to leech off of.
Oh my goodness.
Huh?
There you go again.
Yeah, you don't want to go there, man, with the black talk. You don't really want to go there with the black talk because you guys, you tethers, you denigrate and delineate blackness every chance you get. The minute you get a wind under your belt, you go, I'm Ethiopian, I am Kenyan, I am Nigerian, I am Jamaican. Oh,
Ask me.
all right. So yeah, don't do that.
You
You don't.
think I go outside and like white people see me and then they think I'm white? No, I'm black.
No, you're
But then
Ethiopian.
you go there and
You're
then you
Ethiopian. You're Ethiopian, ma'am. You're Ethiopian. All right. You're Ethiopian, and they know your forehead. They white people know foreheads. They see that big ass forehead. Know you're not a foundational Black American, ma'am, and they know the smell. They know that must. They know that you're not a foundational Black American, ma'am.
you're
Right?
a must. How about that?
Your little your little bra. You got a musty bra strap, ma'am.
No,
Your bra
you
strap.
do. That's why you.
That's why what?
That's why you created that urine shit, right?
And you need some. Do I need to send you
No,
some?
I don't. Like
I
I
need to give
smell
you.
good.
I need to give you.
Trust me.
Now, ma'am, your body might reject it, but I'll give you a couple of bottles of it, and hopefully, I think it'll help. I think the coconut butter will help for your level of must. But I can't do nothing about the hyena pea smells. I can't do nothing about that. I can
Go
handle.
ahead. Behave
Right,
black people.
ma'am. I'm loving to Black people, but
No,
you
you don't.
came in here denigrating, ma'am. You're very denigrating, and that's very disrespectful. You don't do that to people you had to flee to. You need to thank me and my family for providing a place for you to flee. Right? Mhm. Come on, Tattleash.
Oh, like I said, you piece of shit.
That's
Go
the best you
ahead.
got. Did you just get a book on cursing? You didn't said the same.
No, I'm just saying you piece of
You,
shit.
you just say the same cuss words over and over. You've been hanging around too many white people. You use white people cuss words. You piece of shit, dude. Yeah, okay. You hang around white people, man. I can tell. All right. Anyway, Abasola, any last words, dear? I'm gonna let you get back to your Postmates orders. Any last words, Abasola? Okay. I think her forehead bumped into the phone and muted it. She has a big forehead. All right, Abasola. Thank you, dear. Okay, how dare you call up with disrespect to a foundational Black American? Are you insane? How dare you? I have zero tolerance for any of these people who come over here and disrespect any of us. I just have zero tolerance. Cat with the hat. Cat, what's up, brother? Oh, Cat, where you? Oh, let me get you back on, Cat. Let me get you back on. All right, Cat, what's up, Cat? Let me get you back on. I see the Tethernator in the building. What's up, Cat?
You there, buddy?
I'm here. What's up, Cat?
I used to be Cat without a hat. Now I'm Cat with a hat. You remember me?
I don't. I kind of sort of remember what did we talk about last time?
Crackified cat.
Okay. Wait, is that Beth? Is that Beth's husband?
It's Biggity Beth.
Oh, okay, there you go. Okay, Bigoted Beth and Crackified.
Yeah.
What's going on with you, man?
What's up, buddy? You know what? I just haven't been in a space for a while. So I had to check in.
Oh, yeah.
What you know what? Here's the clear question. We've never I don't think we've ever set terms.
Yeah.
What are you asking for? What do you want?
From who?
Well, I guess from the United States government. What do you want?
Oh yeah, reparations. I want reparations.
What does that mean? So give it to me.
Yeah, same thing with the Native American tribes. The same thing they give.
Okay, so give me a dollar amount.
The whole budget should start off at 15 trillion. That's
what's the GDP of the United States?
We got the money. Yeah, we got it. Anytime.
No, we don't.
Oh.
We don't. I mean, we're like 40 trillion in debt.
Every time you see, that's the problem. When there's COVID, there's money. When there's immigrants,
no.
Oh no.
Right. Yeah. COVID, they gave $6 trillion, I think.
Right. Giving them money when they come across the border. There's checks.
Who did that?
The U.S. government.
No, but what political party?
It was the U.S. government. All right.
No, but what political party?
The U.S. government.
No, what political party?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
All of them weigh in on it. That's the thing.
Well, we're deporting people right now.
Good, but some of them
yes
getting money. Some of them are still getting money when they get over.
Well, okay, so we're 7 months into this administration. I mean, you got to give them time to correct all the bullshit of the past, right?
Right, but the point is, the money was there for non-citizens. They come over here and they're getting apartments.
Listen, I agree with you. That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. We should have never done any of that. But that was Obama. That was Biden.
Coulda, coulda, shoulda, but they did it. That's the thing. I don't give a damn who signed the check. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. It happened, so they can do it for us. So that's what we got to get those reparations. That's the main thing, and we got it. We'll get it. It's just people are kicking and screaming, but
fuck.
Yes, Lady Tay. What?
Are you busy? You got company or something? Like, can you get back here? Like,
no.
These long fucking ass fucking clips, guys, and you don't even interact anywhere. Yeah, you got company? You busy?
Literally 30. No, Brandy.
You got company? You busy?
Why would you ask me? Here.
Because you're off camera and you're fucking out of nowhere. I'm trying to get your fucking attention. I need your attention.
Maybe I'm eating, bro. Maybe I'm eating. Maybe I'm doing something else.
What are you eating? Right,
chicken.
Exactly.
Same thing.
Here you are. I'm not eating chicken.
What are you eating?
That chicken pate shit.
Exactly.
Anyway. Listen, I bothered your fucking busy little schedule back there. I bothered it for a reason. The phone's heating up and I gotta go. So this is like, I thought we were gonna at least get through like a couple more topics, but doesn't seem like that's gonna happen tonight. And I'm done with my little project over here.
Okay.
Yeah, like, geez, I don't want to hear fucking him chopping it up with his guests every day. That shit is going nowhere.
It's almost over anyway.
Going nowhere. Can I give my opinion so I can leave?
Yes, go ahead, Lady Tay.
My opinion is this: like, why does he do these little brainstorming sessions while he's over there? It's like brainstorming speculative fucking Twitter spaces. Because, like, as he's giving the whole speech, he's brainstorming the whole thought, his whole fucking process. Like, just get to is like how it really is. You know what I mean? Instead of brainstorming and then taking on fucking commenters and all that shit. And you do realize that's what's happening, right?
That's what he was doing.
You do realize that.
This whole thought.
You realize that, right? Before he starts inviting people to talk, you realize that he's brainstorming, right? You realize he's brainstorming, right?
What a think tank is. Do you understand what a think tank is? Do you understand what that is? Yes or no? Do you understand what a think tank is?
Start with that, because
what is the
who's in the think tank? Everybody in their fucking mother class? Seriously? Who is the think tank?
What is the think tank? Answer my question.
Who?
Answer my question, Lady Tay.
What? What is the question?
What is a think tank?
A think tank is a small group of people thinking on an idea to make stuff happen. Usually, like MIT has think tanks, and they build these little projects. You know, MIT students, they build these little environmental projects and things that are actually helpful. Those is when think tanks happen. Think tanks happen right before they start creating fucking drugs and shit and stuff. You know, before they start doing little experiments. You know, think tanks happen. Think tanks are like the beginning of a fucking brainstorming session. Because don't fucking play with me and my intelligence level.
Give me an example of a think tank.
I just gave you some.
An actual name of a think tank.
I did give you some. I said MIT. You know what MIT students are? You know what MIT is?
They have an MIT. They have a think tank.
That's
the name of it.
You know what they do?
Do you know what the Harvest Institute is? Do you know what that is? The Harvest Institute. Do you know what the Harvest Institute is? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
What is the Harvest Institute?
Don't question me, cuz. Answer your questions.
What is
Don't
the
question
Harvest
me.
Institute?
I don't give a fuck what it does there, Jesse. I just gave you a fucking one. The
Just gave you
MIT studies,
I gave you
they're
an
the ones that
actual
do shit for our fucking people. You're stupid, Jesse. Do you realize
I'm
how dumb you are?
stupid. All right. You
Like
stupid, man.
this is dumb. This is dumb as fuck, cuz.
Uh,
What is the MIT students and the Harvest Institute? Aren't they they're not the same, but they do the same shit.
Do we own or control MIT? Do we own or control Harvard? Yes or no?
We don't own control anything, apparently.
Black controlled, is that Black operated? Yes or no?
Well, go ahead, tell me about this Harvest Institute, because you're obviously not listening to anything I'm saying. Go ahead. And just for the fact, they didn't pay attention. I gave him examples and I told him where they find them. Go ahead.
And I gave you an example.
No, you questioned, you double talk because you gave me a question with a question. No, it's like that. No, carry on. Tell me about the Institute.
Just log off. Just log off.
Just log off. Don't be like that. I want to learn about the Harvest Institute. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me.
If you stop talking for once in your pathetic life, I would explain it to you. The Harvest Institute is a think tank that Dr. Claude Anderson came up with over a decade ago. That's what the Harvest Institute is. To help draft policy, specifically for freedmen, for Native Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, etc. That's what the Harvest Institute is.
What the fuck is that got to do with him brainstorming every fucking Twitter space? That's what I'm talking about. He's not there at the Institute because he's brainstorming fucking political science about a motherfucking white man who fucking did this and that. That's what he's doing, cuz. He's basically activating Black people to fucking do whatever. If you're not listening and don't know how to read between the lines, replay that shit again and read between the lines. There you go. But I forgot, but I like this pathetic and I don't know nothing.
You guys go replay these episodes and see how ridiculous majority of them. Go do that. That's your Pepsi challenge. Go back and listen to the past episodes and see how ridiculous you sound on them. That's what I challenge you to do. Now, if you don't have nothing else on all of the episodes, on your shows, on Frontline Black News, on the Revolutionary Agenda, go back and listen to what you say, and let me know let me know how ridiculous it is, because it is ridiculous. You don't ever go back and listen to what you say.
That's the people watching. If it's ridiculous, you think that the RBA should continue? Yes or no? No, tell the truth, people, because that'll carry on for tonight. Do you think that I should carry on doing shows with Jesse and doing the RVA? Seriously? Because whatever your answer is going to determine how me and Jesse live the rest of our lives. So it doesn't matter what you say. There's no wrong answer. But if you say, no, I shouldn't do it because I sound ridiculous and everything I say is stupid and ignorant and nothing matters and I haven't proven myself to be a good fucking whatever, because of whatever he's saying, all right, cool. I'll never do another show again. That's my word. I will never do another RVA. I won't do any of it because that's what he wants, right? So whatever you say, just go ahead. We'll leave it up to the people. It won't even hurt my feelings. What's hurting my feelings is what he said. But no matter what he says, just go ahead and tell me, should I do it or should I not do it? And be honest about it. Don't worry, there's no wrong answer.
Should we start playing Jeopardy music while we wait? Or can I move to the next topic? Because this is just ridiculous.
Sure, tell your world, do what you want.
Yes. All right, so in the similar news, Erika Kirk is named the CEO and chair of Turning Point USA, after Charlie Kirk's death. So Lisa Cabrera is going to give us an update on that. Y'all quit that.
Have just the one.
Yeah, she does. Janet says she looks evil. Well, think think about who she was married to. That should say a lot. A lot of times when these women marry men that are racist, they're generally, in lockstep with them. She would feel the same way too. So it's real interesting because when I go online, there's a lot of people that don't like her. So, this whole thing, in all honesty, y'all, I don't think Turning Point USA is going to survive. You took out the head of that organization, which was Charlie Kirk. His wife stepping in, you know darn well that's never going to be the same. And many of these conservatives believe their women should be quiet and not say anything. I don't think it's going to go over well with her flop, and people don't know her like they know Charlie Kirk. So I think the organization is gone. I really do. Her becoming CEO and chair, Charlie did not let her work. She had to stay home and raise their children. And I don't know why she don't want to do that anyway. I think the one child is 3 and the other one is still a baby. So those kids aren't even school age. And you're going to be a CEO. And yeah, that just seems really off. So we're going to listen to some responses to the announcement that she will be taking over as CEO and a chair at Turning Point USA. So, yeah, I guess she wants to run out there. Like I said, I don't think that's going to go over well. And number 2, I don't think she's got Charlie did. Charlie was pulverizing and he was racist, and you know what I mean? And I just don't see her pulling the same crowd. Look at how everybody reacted to her speech. Everybody thought that was a real strange speech for somebody that just lost her husband 2 days ago, and yeah, I'm just telling you. Oh, but the funny part that I take pleasure in, Candace Owens has been on her channel babbling about Charlie and all these conspiracy theories. Candace didn't get invited to Charlie's funeral, and she did not get invited to speak. So much for that close relationship, Candace. They're having 20 speakers and none of them are Candace Owens. Says a lot, doesn't it? For somebody crying and claiming Charlie was such a friend. That's why I was like, I'm not buying it, because I know probably about a couple of years back, she and Charlie fell out. I don't recall them ever being friends again. Candace can say anything. The man ain't here to defend himself anymore. But the two of them fell out. Now, if you were, because she said, we were friends. Well, then why didn't his wife invite you to the funeral if you were friends or could speak there? Well, and she got shut down. Candace got the door put in her face, y'all. She got the door put in her face. So much for that. See, cooning, it never pays. It never pays to put yourself out there. And you would think she would have learned that by now, but Candace ain't never going to learn. She ain't never going to learn. So I let them keep kicking her in the head, because she definitely took a kick to the head on this one, for real. His wife is snubbing you and not even giving you the time of day. That says it all right there. Because I know when, all the news came out, she was even talking about possibly taking his place, going college. Don't nobody want to see Candace. Candace has fallen from grace. You got to look at it this way. She got fired from PragerU. She got fired from Turning Point USA. She got fired from the Daily Wire. Nobody wants Candace. They don't want her. They're done with her. She's already used goods. They don't want her no more. All right. So let me share my screen so we can get started. All right. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Okay. All right, let's get started.
Anna Paulina Luna, a Republican member of Congress, Florida, knew Charlie Kirk, knew his wife Erika and the kids, and is very familiar with Turning Point USA. I wanted to bring her in. I sent you a note, my condolences for your loss of a friend, especially the way it happened. What does this loss, this murder, mean to you?
Well, first of all, it's obviously been hard, and Charlie's someone that will never be able to be replaced. But I do think that this signifies, especially for not just myself, who knew the family, knew Charlie, and is now a member of Congress, but for someone that started out as an activist alongside Charlie, that it indeed has spread his message, and he's going to continue to be impactful even after death. Erika is in a unique position to where she, and I do absolutely believe this, is going to ensure that Turning Point not just continues to expand, but also continues to be responsible for recruiting those that are the future leaders of this country. I got my start again alongside Charlie, but I also did what they were working towards, and what the organization as a whole started doing was recruiting candidates to run for office, backing those candidates, and ultimately getting them elected to the House of Representatives. So I'm actually one of one, but I look forward to seeing the candidate in this next coming election cycle. But what I can tell you, Chris, is that Charlie also too knew what was happening in regards to influence in this country. And actually just today, House Oversight sent out a letter that would freeze the assets, or asked the Treasury Secretary to freeze assets of a billionaire by the name of Neville Singham, who was operating on behalf of the Chinese government to sow discord in this country. I think I'd come onto your show and talked about that a few months back. But as a result of what's happened, spend the following hours actually contacting Meta and Roblox and X and Reddit, politicians, and obviously that type of behavior is not tolerated on social media, especially with their terms and conditions. So they're enforcing it.
Social media, the algorithms. Am I wrong to point the finger at them? Yes, you've got to think it, you've got to write it, you've got to want to hear it. Of course, and it can't be the government. The government can't regulate speech. But do you think it's time for the platforms to have more responsibility for what they magnify with their algorithms?
I think right now, my main concern obviously is that within 3 days, I saw, and this is, by the way, being showed to children, right? So there was a video of a woman in Philadelphia being executed with a firearm. She's a Black woman. There was a video of the Ukrainian refugee being stabbed to death. That went viral. That was horrifying. And then obviously the murder of my friend. And I think that when you have a society that desensitizes death and removes humanity like that, it's obviously a problem. But more importantly, these platforms, if they want to maintain licensing, do have terms and conditions, and many of those terms and conditions include not dispute or violence in an effort to, protect children that are on the platform, but also to, if they have users that are on there, you're opting in to adhere to those standards when you're using the platform. So I think that there might be something coming down the pipe from the FTC on this, but what I can tell you is it was horrifying having to see this stuff over and over again and having to then flag it for these platforms. But I was very happy that some of these CEOs, specifically Roblox, specifically on X even, and then also to these other platforms, that they're willing to take down that information almost immediately. Blue Sky, that tends to be the left-leaning Twitter, was actually the quickest to respond. And they said that they're horrified to see that people were making calls for violence and that was not something that they condoned. They released a statement and they actually got to work immediately removing this content.
Federal law enforcement are tracking what they call several threats of unknown credibility against Sunday's Charlie Kirk Memorial in Glendale, Arizona. President Trump and Vice President Vance are expected to be there. The funeral will have the same level of security as the Super Bowl or the Boston Marathon. Kirk's widow, Erika, has been named CEO of Turning Point, the conservative nonprofit that he founded. In his statement, Turning Point USA said Kirk designated his wife to be CEO ahead of the shooting that took his life.
Erika Kirk, Charlie Kirk's wife, was named CEO and chair of the board of Turning Point USA, the company that her husband founded. She was unanimously elected. That announcement comes as students returned to Utah Valley University 1 week after Charlie Kirk's assassination on campus.
Erika Kirk is now CEO chair of Turning Point. If I'm not mistaken, she and he spoke about the importance of a woman to be home with her child / children. He also told girls that were in college that they should be there to find their husbands. See, what he didn't understand is that if a woman does not have money, what does she do? She gets divorced, her husband dies, she never had any work outside the house, okay? And as far as their situation, again, she has the Juris Masters, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. She was never going to be staying home all the time playing Miss Muppet, sitting on her tuppet. She was not. And she had a business before she was even with him. So when they want to have the hypocrisy to tell people, girls, you don't need to go to college but for finding a husband, that's when my blood boils. When they're throwing this shit out, okay? But meanwhile, now she's the CEO chair. Why? Because of this. It's called money, period. End of story. Have a good day.
Okay, so you guys know we are going to have to talk about this Erika Kirk being named CEO of Turning Point situation, all right? Now, look, I'm not here to tell anybody how to run their family, okay? Because I had a corporation when I first got married and had 2 children, and then as we ended up divorced, I ended up exiting that company because, of course, those children needed to have at least one available parent to them, all right? That was my choice, all right? But I'm not here for, my point is, Charlie's whole life, this whole package that he and she, Erika, were selling, all right, was skip college. You don't need to go for college unless you're going to get your MRS degree, find a husband. And you need to be at home making babies, all right? And he said repeatedly that women who had children, their place was in the home. Okay. He also, let me circle back for 1 second. So the whole thing about free speech, right? So it's like everything that's happening now is literally the complete opposite of what Charlie preached the whole time he was on earth spewing hate, okay? I mean, not everything the man said was hateful, but yeah, like 95% of it, all right? Okay, guys, let's go over Erika Kirk's past for a minute, all right? Just to show you the hypocrisy here, okay? And then I'm gonna get to the whole CEO thing in a second, all right? Because I can speak on that intelligently because I had an S Corp for many years, so I appreciate the difference between an S Corp and a 501c, all right? not in a boring way, but just stay with me for a second, okay? This woman, Erika Kirk, whose maiden is like Franceby or something like that, I don't know. Anyway, she went to college. She was an NCAA athlete. She played basketball, okay? Then she graduates college. She's off doing like modeling or some other nonsense, okay? Then she goes back and she gets so her undergraduate is in like government and politics or something, and with a focus on international relations. Then she goes on to get a quasi-legal degree, and then goes on even further to get her doctoral degree. So Charlie Kirk is married to a woman who is educated so far past him, right? From my understanding, I don't know his whole past, Charlie Kirk, but as I understood it, he's a college dropout, okay? And your wife has a doctoral degree, but you're telling her to stay at home, which, anyway, okay, so think about that, whatever you want. And guys, I don't mean this with any disrespect. I'm simply looking at it through the lens of, are you fucking kidding me? Like, walk the talk, okay? Anyway, so they meet, and he's always talking about like, oh, if you get to 30, you know, your chance of having kids are blah, 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 this, that, and the other. He didn't even meet Erika until she was, I believe, 29 going on 30. And she didn't even start having his children until she was 33, all right? So now this thing has happened to Charlie Kirk, which of course means that these children now only have one parent. So you would think that to honor Charlie's legacy, she would step back and say, like, there are tons of people to run TPU, right? And that her focus, she can hire people to run Charlie's legacy or to run Charlie's what do you call it, TPU, but the kids, they only have just the one mom, right? You can have a nanny, but that's not the same as having your mother, okay? And when one parent, and again, I've walked this talk, all right? So this was my choice. I'm not telling Erika Kirk what to do. I don't know what I would do if I were in her situation. I'm only reflecting on the fact that this feels distasteful, all right? So now the kids only have one parent, and instead of honoring all that shit that they made all that money on, preaching all that nonsense to all those young people, right? About starting families young, this, that, and the third, she's like, nah, that I'm going to become CEO. Okay. And guys, when I tell you, TPU is not a tiny company. This is a company with, I believe, as of when I looked this up, I'm sorry, I have like a hair that's trying to attack me, like 681 employees and an asset base of like $28 million. Okay. So just for clarification, because I didn't know this until I had my own corporation. Okay. So you have a 501c and then you have for-profit corporation, right? You can have a So a 501c, a nonprofit, all right, they cannot do direct political endorsements, cannot campaign for, and I'm sorry, real quickly though, like which political party is TPU aligned with? I mean, there's no question if you ever look at any TPU event who they're aligned with. But to maintain 501c status, you cannot campaign for another political party. So we'll put that to the side, all right? Most nonprofits, all right, so for-profit corporations, they can take their assets and they can distribute them to the owners or their shareholders, right? So let's say that the company made $100 a year, right? The bosses could each take $20, and if there were $60 left over, if there were shareholders, they would distribute those $60 amongst the shareholders, okay? So that's how a for-profit corporation runs. A 501c, that operates like you have to reinvest the dividends, right? Anything that you earn, your earnings, anything that you earn has to be reinvested, okay? But you are allowed to pay. Shut. Sorry, my watch had an opinion. You have to reinvest them, okay? My point is you can't distribute them to shareholders or owners. What you can do is you can pay owners a reasonable salary. Now, when I had my company, I did not pay myself this. I mean, I wasn't running a nonprofit either, but he was paying himself between $300,000 and $400,000 per year. That's what I understand from the filings, the tax filings. Okay, so is that reasonable? I don't know. Y'all tell me. Private jets, first class plane tickets paid for by the nonprofit. All of that for me feels like you're looking at a for-profit. I mean, guys, this nonprofit has scaled faster than most tech startups. Okay, they went from like 4 million, I want to say a few years back. They took in $85 million last year, from what I understand, between speaking engagements, merch, donations, all that nonsense. Okay. So yeah, I mean, quite frankly, it never even occurred to me that Turning Point was a nonprofit. I almost fell off my chair when I looked that up. I'm like, what? Like they're classified a nonprofit? Like, wow, we are really playing fast and loose with the tax laws. That was shocking to me. Okay, so now on to the Erika Kirk side of it for just 1 second. Sorry, I'm like going on because I didn't want to get on here last night because when I first heard about this, after I died laughing, I was like, what? Like, y'all are being so obvious. Like, you are literally out here in the street. And look, if you're on the right and you're watching this, you can't get mad at us for analyzing the hypocrisy in the fact that your side is literally doing everything opposite of what wherever Charlie is in this world, you know, he's like, what? Wait, woman is supposed to be in kitchen, makey sandwich. Woman now becomes CEO. Me no likey. All right. I mean, look, if you think that what Charlie Kirk was preaching is what he actually believed, which even that's suspect because obviously the man was preaching a lifestyle and she was preaching a lifestyle that she was not even a part of. Guys, she had, even before any of this stuff happened to Charlie, she had a podcast and a clothing line and all this is nonsense. So the point is she wasn't, Becky Homecky at home raising the kids. She's like these, trad wife influencers who tell you guys to become trad wives all while making trad wife content, which is of course, I mean, it's just fake as fuck. But anyway, I want y'all to tell me how you feel about this, because I have to tell you, the more this goes on, the fact that she came out only 2 days after her husband's murder was crazy to me. All in white, full battle rattle, standing at his chair. I mean, even then I thought, damn if she doesn't look like she's positioning herself to slide right into that seat. That's what it looked like to me at the time, but I didn't say it because I wasn't trying to be rude. But damn, the man's been gone for like, holy shit, like 8 days or something like that. I don't remember exactly. And yeah, I think it was September 10th. And what's today? The 19th. Sorry, so that's 9 days. And his wife is becoming the CEO. And of course, they're going to frame this as, oh, she's a heroine because she's doing Charlie's bidding and blah, blah, blah. Okay, but if Charlie really wanted her to assume control of TPU, then what Charlie was saying to the rest of the world was bullshit. Because obviously, especially if you lose a parent, the mom needs to be there for whatever the other parent left is, needs to be there for the children. I don't know. Y'all let me know. This whole thing smells so, like when I told my kids that they had appointed her CEO, they were like, what? I mean, Jesus, do they want to connect the dots for us? And I was like, yeah, I mean, anyway, y'all let me know what you think.
Do y'all remember that episode or that season of Scandal when they were just running through presidents, vice presidents, everybody's getting PPU'd until they found this one noble vice president? He seemed noble on television, at least that's how they portrayed his character. He rolls up a secret group called what? B613 picked him out of nowhere. As he was, I think, getting inaugurated, he was shot down in public. Wasn't broad daylight, but it was very public. From there, we go on, we hear his backstory. The grieving wife comes along and she ultimately becomes the vice president in his place. We go along some more. It's like, wow, great. And then what did we find out? We found out that she, the wife, was the one who set up the assassination of her husband. And that's how she became vice president. Interesting, huh?
Since everything has happened, I think the number one question is what is going to happen with Turning Point? What is going to happen next? And I'm pleased to be able to announce with you, and I think it's appropriate because of who you are and who this person is, that the Turning Point board has unanimously selected Erika Kirk as the new CEO and chair of the board. And not only is that amazing in and of itself, but I can assure you, Megan, that Charlie told me personally, and he told others, he probably told Mikey, that if anything ever happened to him, that this is exactly what he wanted.
Wow.
So I do not like Erika Kirk, and I have made that my feelings known. And this is not about her being a working mom, although there is an element to that. Now, let me explain. So her and Charlie are out spewing for years and making millions off the fact that they're explaining to incels that their wife should be at home making them a sandwich, right? They need to be at home making them a sandwich. They shouldn't be working while she's out working 3 and 4 jobs when nanny's raising their children, right? And that's a lifestyle choice, but don't push the opposite on other people, right? Don't brainwash people into thinking the opposite. Then she's standing at that podium, right? And she's explaining that her daughter, her oldest one, comes and says, "Where's Daddy? When's Daddy coming?" And she explains that Daddy is up in heaven with Jesus, making money to pay for the daughter's blueberries. She put the weight of that murder on her 3-year-old child, and she's out there spewing the story like it's no big fucking deal. Right? Now, that little girl, mommy's going to be off who knows where, doing who knows what. Daddy's gone, right? So she goes to the nanny and she says, "Can I have my daddy back? Here's my blueberries." "I don't want my blueberries. I want to have my daddy." That's why I do not like Erika Kirk. Anybody who would tell their child that would put the weight of that on a 3-year-old. Ew. Anyway, have the day you deserve.
In the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, Turning Point USA has named his widow, Erika Kirk, as the new CEO and chair of the board. TPUSA shared in a statement on social media. The decision was made unanimously by the board, who said this move reflects Charlie's own wishes. And they said, quote, "In prior discussions, Charlie expressed to multiple executives that this is what he wanted in the event of his death." Kirk was shot and killed on September 10th while speaking at an event at Utah Valley University, a tragedy that's shaken the organization and its supporters. The board said in an emotional statement, quote, "It was the honor of our lives to serve as board members at Charlie's side. Charlie prepared all of us for a moment like this one. He worked tirelessly to ensure Turning Point USA was built to survive even the greatest tests." The board emphasized that TPUSA's mission lives on and that every member of the organization now plays a role in carrying forward Kirk's legacy of, quote, "fostering a prosperous country for generations to come." As they put it, quoting Kirk's well-known phrase, quote, "We have a country to save. We will not surrender or kneel before evil. We will carry on. The attempt to destroy Charlie's work will become our chance to make it more powerful and enduring than ever before." In the days following his death, the response has been overwhelming. On Sunday, TPUSA spokesperson Andrew Colvett posted on X that the organization received over 32,000 inquiries in just 48 hours to launch new campus chapters. That surge may have been fueled by Erika's powerful address to the nation Friday night. In it, she made a passionate vow to continue Charlie's work. She said, quote, "My husband's mission was powerful before. You have no idea. You have no idea what you have just unleashed across this entire time." Turning Point USA was founded by Kirk in 2012 to, quote, "identify, educate, train, and organize students to promote the principles of fiscal responsibility, free markets, and limited government."
When the news broke today that Erika Kirk was named CEO of Turning Point, taking her late husband's place, you went wild. And like instantly, you proved just how little you understand about what the Bible actually says about a woman's role and submission in marriage. So my goal is to clarify that for you, because frankly, it makes you look a little bit psychos when you rage about something that you so clearly don't understand. When the Bible talks about a wife submitting to her husband, my goodness, this has been twisted for centuries. Submission in the Bible is not about becoming a doormat or some sort of slave. It's actually quite the opposite. It's actually about mutual respect, mutual support, and partnership. This all comes from Ephesians 5, where wives are told to submit to their husbands, just like the church submits to Christ. But this is big. This is a big but, and this is what people miss. Husbands have an even greater responsibility than their wives. They are commanded to love their wives with the same self-sacrifice that Christ showed the church. You know what Christ did for the church, right? He died for it. Husbands are to lead by giving and serving and putting their wives' well-being above their own. It's not about arrogance or bossiness, certainly not abuse. This is about partnership. Guys, bottom line, I mean, biblical marriage, it's not about a dictator and a servant. It's about two different people reflecting God's love in unique ways. So before you continue to misquote and judge, I'd like you to remember that the Bible actually puts more pressure on the man to love his wife than he does on the woman. But I also want you to know this. When you've got a man that is loving you deeply and well and prioritizing your needs above his own, my word, submitting to this guy is easy because you trust him and you know that he's going to make good decisions that are in your best interest. Okay, so it's not a bad thing to submit to your husband. It's actually a beautiful thing. And it's a beautiful thing to watch your husband serve you and love you like Christ did to the church. So there you go. That's the truth. Do with it as you wish.
You know, they've been throwing Christianity around a lot when it comes down to Charlie Kirk. And see, this is where they're going to be destroyed. They are now trying to put him at a Christ-like level. And they are literally glorifying Charlie Kirk out here, not only out here in everyday life, but even up in the churches. A little later, I'm putting together a video of white pastors versus Black pastors and what they said about Charlie Kirk. And many of these white pastors, they are putting him up on a pedestal, and it just solidifies all of the racism that's in Christianity. That's all it really is confirming, in my opinion. And not only that, they are telling their people what an honorable person Charlie was. Honorable in what? All he did was trash our folks. And y'all, it's just like any other grift. He was just grifting. He made millions off of talking bad about the Black community, because this is what he said, the Black community and Black people. This is what he was saying. And he made millions off of that, y'all. He made millions grifting. That's what he did. And as you can see, his wife don't want to give up the grift, because giving up the grift, that's giving up millions of dollars. Okay? It's a lot of money and dragging us. It's a lot of money. Coons, these coons, that's why the coon can achieve millions of followers, because he's trashing us. So the YouTube algorithm will push all the people over there every time they post a video. And with us, it goes above and beyond to hide us and stifle our voices. But they're all trying to elevate him up to this fame and glory that I'm sorry he didn't have. And there's an awful lot of videos out there saying Black people are not showing enough emotion over Charlie's assassination. Well, what emotion are you looking for? The man never said nothing decent about us. He lied about statistics. All of the stuff he was, on those college campuses saying were lies. Well, it's easy to get lies past a bunch of college kids that really don't have a lot of life experience. So in many cases, they don't know how to come back at him. That's why he's 31 years old and they're 18, 19 years old. Yeah, I can shoot. Put me on a college campus. I could shut all of them down too. I've lived a lot more life than a 19 and 18-year-old. So yes, I will be able to shut them down. That is easy. But see, when Charlie started out, he was going to HBCUs and getting in front of melanated men and women. Okay. He switched over and started going to white colleges. You know what? He probably would still be alive if he was still going around to the HBCUs, y'all. That's the sad part. Nobody over there, they would have been mad that he was on campus. They probably would have protested, but he would still be alive. Nobody harmed him over there. Isn't that amazing? They want to talk all this crap about us, but it was somebody that looked just like Charlie that took him out. When Charlie was going to HBCUs, not a hair got touched on his head. He was safe at HBCUs, but he was not safe at a college where the student body largely looked just like him. Says a lot, doesn't it? That's all I'm saying. So again, I don't believe Turning Point USA is going to last. I don't believe it's going to last. They're going to have to probably do a complete overhaul if it has a glimmer of a chance of surviving. But just throwing Erika at the top as the chair, that is not going to give it lasting power, y'all. It's not. It's not. So this is all I have on this subject matter for today, but I got more upcoming videos and we will get to that. So I hope you can return to see more. And I promise you, it is going to be really interesting. So I will see you later. I do have somebody to thank. T-Key, thank you for the super sticker. And
all right, thank you, Lisa, for that update. So Erika, Kirk, oh my God, Erika, Kirk is now the head of Turning Point USA. So, like Lisa said, that shit is going down the tank. And rightfully so, that shit needs to go. Turning Point USA was used as a vehicle to justify the killing of unblack citizens in this country, the mocking of which led into policy. So it was beyond opinion, it was policy. So, yeah, goodbye and good riddance to Turning Point USA. That's what I have to say about that. No, I did say the memorial or whatever was today, so I was going to play the news report from ABC World News about that, and then the dump slip up during Charlie Kirk's funeral speech next.
Tonight, tens of thousands gather for an emotional goodbye to conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The assassination of the 31-year-old father of two sent shockwaves across the country. Security for him and Vice President J.D. Vance. His widow, Erika, expressing her resolve to honor his memory. Crowds lined up overnight for hours for the public memorial. Federal authorities tracked several potential threats. The deadly shooter at a country club as guests were on the dance floor of a wedding reception in New Hampshire. One person is dead, two others are injured. Why police are praising guests for their actions. President Trump delivers a blunt message to his Attorney General Pam Bondi, appearing to pressure her to prosecute his political rivals in a late-night post on Truth Social, telling her, quote, justice must be served now. The White House appears confident about a deal to keep TikTok up and running in the U.S. What we're learning tonight about some big tech moguls that may be investors. The UK, Australia, and Canada are now saying they formally recognize the state of Palestine, despite vocal opposition from the U.S. and Israel. Heightened security ahead of the United Nations General Assembly as world leaders gather in New York City. Our Aaron Katursky is on patrol with NYPD's counterterrorism officers, and why there's more concern this year. Also tonight, a caretaker at an animal preserve in Oklahoma killed during an accident involving a tiger under his care. The new details coming in tonight. Some of the busiest airports in Europe face a second day of disruptions after a cyber attack. The little sig move, the so-called tush push, is facing renewed scrutiny, while some in the NFL are once again throwing a flag on the play. And America Strong, the special surprise for the golfer still swinging strong on the green at 100 years young.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us on this Sunday. I'm Lindsay Davis. We begin tonight with a day of remembrance for the slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Tens of thousands in attendance at his memorial service in Arizona. Crowds showed up before dawn, waiting for hours to get inside State Farm Stadium in Glendale, where family, friends, President Trump, and Vice President J.D. Vance all vowed to honor his memory. Inside the stadium, a who's who of the big names in conservative politics, from billionaire Elon Musk to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. And as the right and left debate Kirk's legacy, his widow Erika reminded the nation that her husband was a devoted family man who leaves behind two young children. Kirk is now promising to keep his work alive. And in a remarkable moment, Kirk says that she forgives the man who allegedly shot her husband. ABC's Matt Rivers is at the memorial and leads us off tonight.
Tonight, tens of thousands of mourners gathering at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, to honor slain conservative activist Charlie Kirk. The 31-year-old Turning Point USA founder was assassinated while speaking at an event at Utah Valley University little more than a week ago, sparking widespread condemnations of political violence and inflaming partisan tensions throughout a deeply polarized nation. But on Sunday, people pouring in from all over the country with something in common, lining up before sunrise to pay their final respects to someone they felt spoke to or spoke for them, many hoping for a change in the national dialogue.
I think this is an important moment in history. Share with my son the legacy that Charlie left behind, being able to speak freely, speak openly in a nonviolent way, and to be able to share that moment as we hope to turn around the country.
Attendees to dress in their, quote, Sunday best, with red, white, and blue colors encouraged, the event resembling a church revival. Christian music blaring from the loudspeakers, mourners raising their hands in the air to pray. President Donald Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Erika Kirk, Charlie's widow and the mother of his two young children, delivering remarks alongside several other top administration officials and prominent conservative figures, celebrating Kirk both for his political skill and religious devotion. Vice President Vance called Kirk a
Charlie built an organization that reshaped the balance of our politics.
Erika Kirk, who will succeed her husband as CEO of Turning Point USA, reflected on their marriage and, in a remarkable moment, said she forgives the man suspected of killing her husband.
Charlie, he wanted to save young men, just like the one who took his life.
That's how demonic she looks. That woman looks evil as fuck. You think she would be saying forgive, forgive, forgive if the assailant was black? Hell no. It'd be death penalty, lock him up, throw away the key. I want revenge. I want retribution. All of that shit. You see how these mugs is? Y'all see how these white supremacists are? Like, this shit is crazy. That woman look evil as hell. Look at her eyes.
A young man. I forgive him.
Her eyes are the fucking reptilian eyes. Like, what the fuck? You forgive the dude that killed your husband? This crap is just something else.
Him.
And President Trump credited Kirk with helping him return to the White House and touted Kirk's growing posthumous influence.
He's bigger now than ever before, and he's eternal.
Kirk was a controversial figure, and his shooting has emerged as a significant national flashpoint. On Sunday morning, as he departed from the White House, President Trump expressed hope that Kirk's memorial service could start to turn the page.
Celebrate the life of a great man today. Really a great man. He's a young man, but a great man. And We look forward to it. It really is. We want to look at it as a time of healing.
But on Sunday night, Trump said there was one point on which he disagreed with Kirk.
He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry.
Lindsay, that memorial just wrapping up. Charlie Kirk was a controversial figure, but the tens of thousands of people that showed up here to this stadium today, many arriving before dawn, a testament to the power of his message. Lindsay?
Matt, thank you.
His message of anti-Black hatred and racism and white supremacy. That was his damn message. And we have to keep hammering at home, FBA family, because these mothers is trying to control the narrative. We cannot allow that narrative to fly, that this suspected, he ain't even suspected, this outright modern-day David Duke, imperial wizard of the Ku Klux Klan type of individual was something that was supposed to be celebrated and so great. Ain't nothing great about that shit. But let's see what the Democratic Shield Willie D has to say about the dump slipping up during Charlie Kirk's funeral speech. I think he's going to go over when he said he does not pray for his enemies.
Donald Trump, your president, spoke at conservative podcaster Charlie Kirk's funeral today. And it sounded more like a rally. Yeah, a political rally. Trump talked about Joe Biden. He said that Charlie's bigger now than he's ever been. He talked about him looking down on us and, being happy because of the size of the crowd that was gathered at the stadium. He made a point to say that they were in a stadium, not an arena. He talked about stopping crime in D.C. He said, now your wife can walk along. They took 1,500 criminals off the streets. So there's no more crime in D.C. So don't expect any robberies, any RAPs. Don't expect any burglaries, and absolutely not. There will be no murders in D.C. For the rest of eternity, because Donald Trump has put an end to crime in D.C. and he's taking the show on the road. Chicago is up next. Yeah, he said he's coming for Chicago. He's going to clean that place up because they have a corrupt governor. He said the governor doesn't know what he's doing, and he's coming to Chicago to clean it up. He's going to do just like he did in D.C. He also talked about commentators, influencers, and others who greeted Charlie Kirk's death with jubilee. Yeah, he said they know the names and they are coming to get y'all. Yeah, he said they're coming to get y'all, man, coming to get you. They know the names. It's going down. He said no side has a monopoly on power, thought, and speech. No side has a monopoly on power, thought, and speech. This as he uses his power to limit others' speech. Yeah, he talked about the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing, and he said he's coming for the rest of y'all. So get ready. Ooh, boy, I know some of them coconuts gonna be dancing, 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 dun, dun, dun. Ooh, they gonna be dancing, boy. Ooh, don't get me messing, don't get me messing. So let me tell you a little bit of what Trump said verbatim at this rally. He was talking about going to speaking engagements with Charlie Kirk and it being dangerous and how Charlie Kirk talked about he had threats on his life. He said threats, pulled fire alarms, and countless rage-filled radicals who tried to shout him down. It was nasty. I used to say, Charlie, this is nasty stuff. You do it. At one event, police had to build barricades to protect students from angry mobs of thugs. Many of these people, by the way, are paid a lot of money to do this. They're agitators. They're paid agitators. Remember that when you see, they all have the same beautifully printed sign. Every sign is identical. Comes out of a top-level print shop. That's not the signs that are made in somebody's basement. Those are paid for by very bad people. And hopefully, we're going to be finding out through the DOJ who those people are. At another college event, Antifa terrorists shattered windows, threw rocks, and tried to storm the building where Charlie was speaking. It was a really bad one. Often dozens of police officers were needed to prevent left-wing violence. And the violence comes largely from the left. You don't want to hear that from too many people, do you? Virtually every day for years before he was murdered, Charlie received these horrible threats. People don't know. I used to talk to him about it. He said, I got some threats. He always felt that when they actually made the threat, they were not the ones to worry about. The ones to worry about, the ones that don't make the threats. I think you know what I mean. He knew the risk, but he and I shared a certain motto: never back down and never, ever surrender. Just don't surrender. Trump just couldn't help himself. Yeah, at a funeral, dude. Everybody that was stepping up was being reflective. They were all saying, hey, man, enough of this violence. Let's agree to disagree. Let's move on. Let's find a good church home. You know, be good Christians, that type of thing. Like, let's practice what we preach. That type of thing. Trump get up there. Oh, I can't help it. I can't help it. I hate my enemies. Have you noticed that people who say that they support Charlie Kirk are behaving in a manner that is greatly contrast to what he would have wanted? Even the whole empathy thing. Remember, Charlie Kirk said himself, I think empathy does a lot of damage. So what's up with all the empathy? I'm all for granting people who I love, who I support, their wishes or their wish in death. You know, y'all know how it goes. People say, well, that's what he would have wanted. You know, I don't think Charlie would have appreciated all of this empathy. Said that he was a peaceful guy, even though he was inciting a lot of hate. Yeah, and a lot of violence. His wife at least said he wasn't a violent person. So that brings me to what Donald Trump was saying about how the people who make the threats, they're usually not the ones who carry them out. His words was, he always felt that when they actually made the threat, they were not the ones to worry about. The ones to worry about, the ones that don't make the threats. Those are the ones you got to worry about. See, because you know the ones that's dog whistle. Trump makes a lot of threats, but you don't have to worry about Trump. You got to worry about his henchmen. You got to worry about Trump saying, go get him. Get him. Sick him. You did? So that's the hidden message right in front of your face. Like right in your face. The people who make the threats aren't the ones you have to worry about. You worry about the ones who don't make the threats. The ones who don't make the threats are the ones who are serious about actually carrying out those threats. Most of the people who did the talking never shot nobody, never swung on anybody. But the people who support them, yeah, they know how to incite. They know how to get them riled up to go out there and do something wild, to go out there and do something violent, to blow up a church. Blew up that church in Alabama. They didn't just wake up one day and say, let's just go blow up the church. No, the politicians, family, the politicians and the activists are the ones, but mainly the politicians. Many of the activists are emboldened by politicians. They're emboldened by the speeches these guys make, their policies. When they make these policies and they get on that stage and they start pointing, they get on that camera and start pointing, saying, hey, it ain't me, it's them, it's those people right there. That's your problem. And it enrages certain people who believe that this country belongs to them and them only. So they go out and they do what they do. And oftentimes they do it with impunity because the very people who are dog whistling to them are the ones who pull strings to tap them on the wrist when they go too far. Every now and then they go too far. And they say, now we got to put him down because that just ain't gonna work. But these are different days. There are cowards with power who really don't have power because they're scared to use it. No more talk.
Yeah, so I played with the Democratic Shield. Willie D had to say about that. So moving along, we got fortunately, I think it's Charlie Kirk again. Oh no, we're done with that bastard. All right, we're on to Fani the Mammy. Supreme Court kicks Fani the Mammy off the Trump case for what? Cat? What do you want? Oh, that's damn cats. Okay. Supreme Court kicks Fani Willis off the Trump case for good. So the lawyers
Fulton County DA Fani Willis now the state's highest court has rejected her.
President Donald Trump and 18 others are accused of illegally trying to overturn Georgia's presidential results.
The court issued its opinion early this morning, declining to review the lower court decision to remove her from the case.
So it's official. Fani Willis cannot prosecute Donald Trump and the other 17 co-conspirators for election interference. Let's talk about it. All right, welcome to Fulton County, Georgia, and this is Fani Willis. She is the current district attorney of Fulton County. Now, for those of you who don't remember, back in 2021, Fani Willis began investigating Donald Trump and his allies for their attempts to allegedly overturn Georgia's 2020 presidential election. Now, she put together a team of crackpot lawyers, including a guy named Nathan Wade. Now, after 2 years of investigating, on August 14, 2023, Trump and 18 were indicted under Georgia's RICO law.
Thank you for joining us. I'm here with the prosecutors and investigators who have worked diligently on the investigation of criminal attempts to interfere in the administration of Georgia's 2020 presidential election. Today, based on information developed by that investigation, a Fulton County grand jury returned a true bill of indictment, charging 19 individuals with violations of Georgia law arising from a criminal conspiracy to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election in this state. The indictment includes 41 felony counts and is 97 pages long. Please remember that everyone charged in this bill of indictment is presumed innocent. Specifically, the indictment brings felony charges against Donald John Trump.
So now this is where things get interesting. In January of 2024, one of the defendants, Mike Roman, he filed a motion claiming that Fani Willis was having a romantic relationship with one of the prosecutors she had hired to handle the case. His name was Nathan Wade. He was the one standing right next to her when she made the announcement of the charges. Now, the motion essentially laid out a kickback scheme, saying that DA Willis had hired her boyfriend to prosecute Trump, and in turn, he would then spend the money that was paid to him by Fani Willis to take her on elaborate vacations to Napa Valley, Caribbean cruises, etc.
We're able to verify that through other subpoenas or open records requests or whatever?
Yes, I was. I was able to, I subpoenaed bank records, I subpoenaed credit card records, and then I actually subpoenaed the travel agencies that Mr. Wade used for some of those trips. He used two of the cruises that they took, he used a travel agency. So there was a cruise to the Bahamas I got through a travel agency. There was a trip to Aruba that I got through the travel agency. And then there was another cruise, I think that one was to the Bahamas also, that I got through a different travel agency. And then his credit cards are the ones that showed all the Belize trips.
And they showed that he was buying the tickets for both himself and Miss Willis.
Oh, yes, the credit card statements. So because I guess he used a travel agency, his credit card statements actually had her name and seat number and all that on it.
Clear it was paid for by him on his credit cards?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Is this the document you gave us from the Capital One there?
It is, yes. And there you can see, so Clara Bowman is Mr. Wade's mom. So this trip, this was the cruise that happened October 31st, around that date. Ms. Wade paid for Ms. Willis, Mr. Wade, and then his mother's plane tickets, and then also their cruise.
Now, since the argument was that Fani Willis was paying Nathan Wade and then getting this kickback for elaborate vacations, Fani Willis said that actually she paid back. She paid back Nathan Wade all of the money. So when she was asked, well, do you have any receipts of those reimbursements? She said she has no receipts because she paid them back all in cash.
And then after that cruise, you all flew to Aruba and spent a couple days in a hotel there, correct?
Right. And his mother was not happy.
He
that we left her
initially paid
behind.
for that. He initially paid for that.
For Aruba, yes, ma'am.
So let's talk about both of those. I know he initially paid for it. Did you pay him back?
For the cruise and for Aruba. Yeah, I gave him his money before we ever went on that trip.
You gave him cash before you ever went on the trip?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so when you got cash to pay him back on these trips, would you go to the ATM?
No, lady.
You would not go to the ATM?
No.
Okay. So Fulton County pays you direct deposit, I assume?
Yes, Fulton County and the state of Georgia both pay me direct deposits.
Okay. So the cash that you would pay him, you wouldn't get it out of the bank?
I have money in my house.
You have money in your house. So it was just money that was there?
When you meet my father, he's going to tell you as a woman, you should always have, which I don't have, so let's don't tell him that. You should have at least 6 months in cash at your house at all times.
Talking about outside of that, did you ever pay him anything other than cash?
I've only given him cash a few times in the course of what we're talking about. Probably the most money I've ever handed him is $2,500. The least amount of money I've handed him, probably between $500 and $1,000.
You said in the affidavit that you roughly shared travel though, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this roughly sharing travel, you're saying she reimbursed you?
She did.
And where did you deposit the money she reimbursed you?
It was cash. She didn't give me any checks.
At some points, Wade appeared to struggle to answer questions about his relationship with Willis.
Did you go to a cabin with Miss Willis ever?
Ever?
Ever.
No.
All right, so the judge had a decision to make whether he was going to disqualify Fani Willis because she now had this financial incentive to continue to prosecute Donald Trump. And the financial incentive was because Nathan Wade was getting paid, and then she was going on these elaborate trips with Nathan Wade. And there was no evidence that she was even paying him back, because she's saying she's paying him back in cash. And then when you say, well, how'd you get the cash? You know, you get paid through direct deposit. She says, well, yeah, even though I get paid through direct deposit, I have magic cash at home that I can't trace back to taking it out of a bank. So the judge wasn't fooled, and he came down and said, hey, it's obvious there's some funny business going on. So the trial judge gave Fani Willis an option. Either she can drop the case in its entirety and send it to some other DA, or she can fire her boyfriend and continue on with the case. Fani Willis chose to fire her boyfriend and continue on with the case.
A big headline at midday: a Fulton County judge ruled today that District Attorney Fani Willis may stay on the case, charging former President Donald Trump and his allies with trying to overturn the 2020 election results in Georgia, but only if Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade steps aside.
Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee says he's giving the state of Georgia two options in its criminal case against former President Donald Trump and co-defendants. He says DA Fani Willis may choose to step aside along with her office, or Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade can withdraw.
So the defendants then appealed the decision, saying that Fani Willis should be totally disqualified. The fact that she fired Nathan Wade doesn't fix the problem. She still allegedly took money in this particular scheme. So they appealed, and the appeals court agreed and said, we're going to just remove Fani Willis's office from the case.
We do want to continue talking about this developing story that we brought you here maybe just about an hour or so ago. Today, a state appeals court removed Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis from the Georgia election interference case against President-elect Donald Trump and others, but did not dismiss the indictment, leaving the future of the prosecution uncertain.
So the appeals court kicked Fani Willis off the case. So Fani Willis and the district attorney's office there appealed that ruling to the state Supreme Court, asking the state Supreme Court to reinstate the lower court's ruling, essentially saying Fani Willis can prosecute the case as long as she fired Nathan Wade. Here's what the Supreme Court had to say.
Thank you. Tonight, a major shakeup in one of the most anticipated legal cases ever coming out of Atlanta. Fulton County District Attorney is no longer prosecuting the case looking into the 2020 allegations of election interference by our now President Donald Trump.
Today, the Georgia Supreme Court, with a narrow 4-3 decision, they decided not to hear DA Fani Willis's appeal to stay on this case. So she is off the case. Who is now prosecuting this case? Well, that's up to one man, the executive director of the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia. I sat down with him today to get some answers.
Does that mean this case is dead in the water?
No. What that means is this particular prosecutor, District Attorney Fani Willis, is now off the case.
And who is now on the case? That's up to Pete Skandalakis, executive director of the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia.
I think the public wants some finality, make a decision. Let's go.
Skandalakis said he could choose the state attorney general, another district attorney, solicitor general, a private attorney, or himself to take up the case.
So Fani Willis is off the case for good, and let's see if some other DA will take this case. Fani Willis also made a statement after the Supreme Court
declined an on-camera interview and said in a statement she's disappointed by the ruling, but added, quote, I hope that whoever is assigned to handle the case will have the courage to do what the evidence and the law demand.
So I'm going to throw it to you. Do you think another prosecutor is going to take up this case? I think this case is dead in the water. Trump is president. Some of the co-conspirators have pled guilty already, which is bad for them. But the other ones, it's kind of up in limbo. If I was a DA, I wouldn't want to touch this case with a 10-foot pole. It's too many problems, too many issues. But we'll see. If some Democrat down there gets the case and they want to make bones for themselves, this is the case to do it. But I think it's too much of a complicated case, and it's too tainted with so many bad things already. Just move on. But we will see if cooler heads prevail. Let me know what you think in the comment section. Do you think this case is going to continue? I think the case probably shouldn't have been brought in the first place. But now since we're here, what do? Dismiss and call it a day, or do you tell? Don't forget, like, share, subscribe, do all the great YouTube stuff. My name is Nate the Lawyer. I'm out of here. Peace.
Million. Well, yeah, my favorite MLK speech. Yeah, I think they should drop this shit. The Democrats are so desperate to try to put something on the dump, and It failed. So they just need to dismiss this shit altogether. But we'll keep y'all updated on that ridiculousness. Now I skipped the topic, and it was supposed to be about what's his face getting kicked off? What's his damn name? Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel getting kicked off of ABC. So I want to play what the one B had to say about that. Let's see what the one B had to say. Find the video. Pulled up before I went live. Oh man, let's that 1001 windows open, y'all. Oh, here it is. So the one we did a video a couple days ago. I want to play that for y'all. About free speech under attack, left versus right. Shout out to the one we. Make sure y'all check out his Black music history family tree. What's going on with this video? This is pin one. I don't know what the house spot was there. See, the light's still on. I'm supposed to put in charge. Kids.
You made night. So that's what happened. It is that time. It is that time in America. That's what we got going on right here. The big payback. That's what's happening right now. The right is paying the left back for its censorship. The right, oh shit, paying the left back. Ooh, double talk. Let me click out of that. There we go. My bad. Anyway, the right is paying back the left for its censorship. And Jimmy got caught in the middle. That's the time that we are about to get all the way into it. Give me about 30 seconds and we will get started. Yes, it is the payback. It is the payback. We about to talk about this whole situation going on right now. But you know what? This is the cost of censorship. And this is why back in 2016, 2017, they were talking about kick Trump off Twitter. Alex Jones, I was like, hell nah. Let Trump say all the hell he wants. Let Alex Jones say all he wants.
Gangsters.
All they're going to do is, if you allow them to let those degenerates get censored, they're just going to bring it back on people you may or may not like. On people you may like. So that's what happened. It is that time. It is that time in America, and black folks, stay out of it. Stay out of it.
But don't
I could dig rapping. I could dig scrapping. Hey! The big payback. It's the big payback. So what am I talking about here? All right, let's break it down. What's up? With that being said, welcome chat room. Thank y'all for joining. What's up, Iron Will? It is what it is. Essentials. Great Black Sharks. Salute to you, my brother. King, Mogul Mays, Denise. I can't say hi to everybody. Sherelle Bryant. Can't say hi to everybody because I want to get into it. I told y'all before, I hate when I be watching other YouTube shows and I'm like, God damn it, get to the content. Back to the chat room. Let me get to the content. So, for those of you who don't know, late night unfunny host Jimmy Kimmel. I watched the show The Apprentice. You know, this is sort of an ode to that. He's not fired, but he's been indefinitely suspended, I should say. And they want him to, in order to come back, they want him to apologize, donate to Turning Point USA, and give a significant donation to Charlie Kirk's wife. And Black folks, I don't always say that. Nobody has truly apologized to us, including Vlad, because an apology always comes with money. When people got to apologize to them folks, you got to donate to their foundations. That's where the apology is halfway accepted. Anything short is not an apology. Anything short of donating significant money to a foundation that pushes your cause, not the NAACP, definitely not Al Sharpton. You know, Jimmy Kimmel was really put out and censored over nothing. Trump, at the end of the day, Trump is a sensitive, petty motherfucker. Let me see, where is it? Let me see if I look on Twitter. Here it is.
Trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. In between the finger pointing, there was grieving. On Friday, the White House flew the flags at half to see how hard the president is.
My condolences on the loss of your friend Charlie Kirk. May I ask, sir, personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty.
Yes. Okay. He's at the fourth stage of grief, construction. Demolition is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
So that right there is what got Kimmel indefinitely suspended. All right? So you say, okay, that's petty. And what I don't like is the fact that Attorney General Pam Bondi recently talked about this censorship. Pam Bondi recently talked about it. She wants a crackdown. And so what we're starting to see is the right is starting to use a term that was coined by the left, and that's hate speech. They try to consider hate speech things that are anti-Trump, things that are anti-Charlie Kirk, They want hate speech to be grouped in with racism. Let me turn some music on. There we go. They want hate speech. They want all that stuff grouped in together. Okay? And this is one ugly ass broad right here, Pam Bondi. He sucked her way to the top. Here you go. I'm not saying she has. I don't know. I'm just saying it. Look at them neck wrinkles right there. The neck muscles getting white. Look at what's going on around her mouth right here. Talk about somebody who got their job through nefarious means, huh? I digress. I'm just saying her lips are stretched out. That's all. Anyway, she wants to cut down on free speech. So we're seeing the right go to free speech real hard. How this is censorship, this is bad, and it is. But remember this about politics. The Republicans and the Democrats, and they use our emotions to want to make rash decisions on one side, not thinking about the blowback and the consequence. The law of the grave you dig, it will be a grave that you probably sleep in. The grave you dig for someone else is a grave you'll probably die in. Everything falls through the 7 laws. And the law of correspondence, the law of polarity, the law of cause and effect, these laws are always at play, even socially. Why am I bringing this up? During the Trump years, the first Trump years, well, we take this back to, let's take it back a little further. Let's go back to Obama. It was during to where, I want to be provocative, but before the Obama administration, you can say faggot all day. Nobody cared. It was sometime during 2008-9. I remember they had the commercials on TV. It was an NBA commercial like Grant Hill, Steve Nash. Hey, don't say the word gay. Don't use 2000. It was normal to say, oh, man, that's gay. And there was no pushback. He was like, yeah, whatever. It was like it didn't mean anything. During the Obama administration, it went from, saying 2012, people started, the word basically went from a normal word that you didn't have to look over your shoulder that you said in 2008 to by the time 2011 came, it was like, you better not say that word. Chat room, do you remember? There was an incident at a Laker game, 2011 season, where Kobe Bryant got called for a foul by referee Bennett Salvatore. And referee Kobe went to the bench, fucking faggot. Kobe said that. And then Kobe penalty for something that was never a penalty before that in basketball. On a basketball court, people said that word left and right. People, this is a history lesson. This is talking about, because societies change every 20 to 25 years. Every 20 to 25 years, society shifts and we're in new societies. So we're now dealing with a time where we're leaving the old society, we're coming into the society that we're in right now, this polite society. Kobe got suspended, and Kobe got made an example of to the foul. You could hack the shit out of your car. That was the same season the Lakers ended up getting swept by the Mavericks because Pau Gasol played like a bitch. He was mad because Shannon Brown smacked Al. That you quit that season against the Mavericks. He was mad that Shannon Brown smacked. As long as about that, I'm a Laker in recess. He can leave. Really, the word is impolite to use this word to where now it's a hate crime if you use this word, and it started to become hate crimes. And then people online, the early days of online censorship, a lot of that was centered around LGBTQ. The earliest days of you getting kicked, like getting a strike on Facebook. On Facebook, I used to call Larry. Larry's name was Fagget on Facebook from the moment we became Facebook friends until the day I got a 30-day ban on Facebook for using the word. That was just I used to describe Larry. You know, it wasn't no offense to nobody that's of that community. Well, I can see how that community would be offended straight. Social media platforms, during the Obama administration, 14, 15, and 16, you started getting censored for using the word. So now it's normalized, but a lot of your early word. People say the N-word all goddamn day. Nigga, 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 and nothing happened. But if you called them the F, so that started. And when Trump got in office, one thing that helped Trump get in office was Trump was vulgar. Trump represented the time you could say anything you wanted to say and get away with it. So when Trump came in around 2016, the left in 2015 basically changed how America communicated. Everything became politically correct. As far as it could go under Obama, to where they started criminalizing, meaning, so Trump came in and Trump started saying, I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want to say. And Trump started to get very vulgar. And the left that worked so hard attacking Trump and Trump supporters, you start seeing calls to get Trump banned off Twitter. They actually got Alex Jones banned off Twitter. Glenn Beck had gotten kicked off TV. Bill O'Reilly during that time. You saw a lot of stuff that was happening in media. And people were getting kicked off and censored on the right wing all throughout the Trump administration. to where once Trump was out of office, he got kicked off of Twitter under hate speech, saying things that people don't like. That he will fight back, that the right wing would fight back. Crazy part about it is, when it came down to censorship, before Alex Jones got censored, now I remember to get kicked off the internet. If you was on the internet too, like me, I'm born in the 80s. 80. I'm born in 81, raised in the 90s. All before that, he'll be on Sally Jesse Raphael or Phil Donahue show. They would bring on Khalid Muhammad, and they would bring on Dr. Welsing on those talk shows in the early 90s, late 80s. When Farrakhan hit that Million Man March, they, for the most part, X'd him off TV. You stopped seeing anybody that was real and black after the Million Man March, 1995. No more Khalid Muhammad on TV, no more Farrakhan, no more Claude Anderson, and the Michael McDonald, not Michael McDonald, what's that? Michael Eric Dyson, that proclivity speaking ass nigga. Like, where in the hell I'm looking for Farrakhan type dudes, and we getting this new dude named Michael Eric Dyson because of the proclivities of the infatuation of the what, nigga, what? Shut the fuck up and say goddamn English, you 6-syllable sissy. The proclivity fuck up. Time ago, it's always us first. They censored us off TV because we're always the first to get it. And then when the internet came around, our generation, we got to really hear Farrakhan, because I had a particular YouTube. And when YouTube came around, I got to hear Farrakhan speeches at length. And I was like, oh, he wasn't what they was telling me when I was a kid. Because I was like 12 when Farrakhan was on TV. Only thing I wasn't, ain't about listening to goddamn. I want to go outside and play basketball. Off, really bringing Dick Gregory and Judge Joe Brown to the forefront. We all beat TV, Brother Ronald Hurd's channel. Hearing about Delbert Blair, Phil Valentine, and we got re-engaged with Khalid Muhammad. We got re-engaged because the internet was open. Well, when they started to close the internet off, Farrakhan was basically the first person that they kicked off the internet. 16, and it was lights out for Farrakhan. It was lights out for Farrakhan. And it was the black people, for you white folks, and people who say, well, we just get down. When the fuck have they ever spoken up for us? They didn't come out and say, hey, that's wrong. The left and the right agreed and said nothing. When Farrakhan got kicked, no conservative, no independent, all of them acting like nothing going on here, nothing to see, right? Right? I remember Brother Ronald Hurd talking about them taking down his Dick Gregory video, like the Dick Gregory first. Nobody said nothing. Nothing. Nothing from. So they started going at us first. And when everybody said nothing, then they went up to Alex Jones. Yeah, they got Rizza Islam, right? Every time. And then the pandemic hit. Oh, the left is in control. Biden is here. It started with you can't say the FAG. And then it went into you can't say vaccine. Don't say nothing. We couldn't say COVID-19. You couldn't say coronavirus. These words were censored. You had to say the C-19. Here on this channel, I would call it the Wompty Weps. I called the virus the Wompty Weps because you couldn't say it. The Wompty Wham Boomty Bamps. But if you spoke out and said something against the Wompty Wham Boomty Bamps, the left and right. You said something about a jab, you're out of here. And what they do is they play on your emotions. So are you saying that you're going to allow, there's no herd immunity. You can get are you going to get my great uncle sick because you refuse to wear a mask? Guilt. And through guilt, they created enemies. Okay, all of us, we gonna take the jab, we gonna wear a mask. Anyone who's not is our enemy. What happens when you make people your enemy can now get you to vote against your self-interest, to go against your self-interest. I had to deal with that with a friend recently. Somebody trying to make me an enemy by lying on me. And it made a friend do like this to me. But it all comes out in the wash. You dig? It all comes out, and it's coming out. It came out. We good. But I got a personal taste. Luckily for me, it didn't go overboard. But I got a taste of what that feels like, you know? It's impeccable. I do what I say, and I say what I do. So I haven't had too many, I've had very, a handful of instances in my life of personally dealing with people who switched up on me because of what somebody else said. Because I'm too consistent, very consistent. Life in it can get you to turn enemies to somebody who's on you. Even have to question your own people sometimes when they ask certain things. Not saying that they're wrong, but ask a few questions, because anything that's real to question. If you don't want to question because you don't want to know what's real, stop bullshitting yourself. Anytime you refuse, it's because you refuse to get down to what's real. So, what? Some airplanes hit and fall. You create an enemy. Americans didn't know what the fuck an Afghani was in the September 10, 2001. Run a plane through a building, not one Afghani on that goddamn plane, bunch of Saudi Arabians. Got America scared. Got Americans afraid. And what happened? They passed the Patriot Act and put all them goddamn poppy fields down in Afghanistan. We still dealing with the Patriot Act to this day without being spied on. Watching me. Oh. And you keep saying that I'm free. Thank you, Jill Scott. Jill Scott dropped this shit before 9/11. She dropped this shit before the Patriot Act. And you keep saying that I'm free. Jill Scott gave us that in 99, 2000. The Patriot Act happened a year later. And we've been watched ever since. Because we were scared and we allowed. That's how governments work. Enemies that don't exist to get you to vote against your shit. So it evolved. It wasn't no 9/11 attacks during the pandemic. It was an attack of a virus that's fucking been around forever. Goddamn, during 2020, you would see Lysol said protects against COVID. Shit been around. But it made an enemy. And it made us give away our rights. Because people were like, we have a pandemic. You better take that jab. Damn, I don't care. What about the polio? People don't get polio no more. Well, polio study took 35 fucking years. Polio didn't become an official vaccine for 35 years. This shit been in the lab for 35 days. Stupid. Kick down. And I'm like, no, dummy, no. No. All right, let me shut the fuck up. So now the right is back in control. And they have taken the term hate speech for themselves. Y'all see how that work, black people? Well, y'all going around saying, I'm not going to say the N-word. I'm not going to say this word because it mean that. No, dummy. Words mean what the fuck assignment you gave them. It's called the power of fiat. Words have the power and the energy that you give them. Period. Point blank. You could take a word and use it. Hate speech was a word that was used against the right from Obama through Trump through Biden. And overnight, the right done took the motherfucking word back to push their. Y'all see how quickly that happened? Hate speech just 9 months ago meant you were talking about someone from the LGBTQ community. You're going after a trans person. That was hate speech just 9 months ago. Let's not forget. Remember when Asians got a specific category overnight? One Asian gets robbed. One Asian business goes out of business. The world had to react. Stop Asian hate. And it became a crime. Before, that was just a funny joke. And then overnight, if you go, no disrespect to the Asians. Just teaching. Giving an example. Overnight. But y'all started it. Y'all started it. It's before a white person gets fired, before a white person faces a consequence, we are going to be the first to face those consequences, always. And they started with our youth. It was white on white crime that killed Charlie Kirk. Now you got white folks, Governor Abbott, putting up videos of youth that were just mocking Charlie Kirk. This young brother got suspended. Got expelled from dude. Heard that? I'm not saying I would do that joke, but that shit was pretty goddamn funny. You saw they called him a dumb nigger, right? So who's to say what they told him before he did that? He was probably pushed into that by their comments. Brofly Lineage says, RNL starting to unite on releasing their files and cutting from Israel off some of Kirk murders and Lefty, all leading to plantier control. All right. Yeah, appreciate the super chat. Much appreciation. So you see what's happening. They go after us first. And you didn't look when that boy got expelled 2 days ago, they weren't saying nothing. The left did they? Well, the left just said, oh, that's just a couple of niggas. And then Jimmy Kimmel asked. They started fucking with a white boy they love Ain't that right, Rock? They fucking with a way that they love. And what happened? What happened, Rocky? Now everybody's fucked. And they're using free speech now as a political football. They're using free speech as a political football. Listen to what Gavin Newsom said. And watch what he said. I don't know if it was from his personal age. Here it is. Here it is. Now, you got Newsom left. I mean, with all of his trolling, said he ain't as funny. He's now trying to become the champion of free speech. Look at this move Gavin Newsom's dirty ass is trying to make right now. All up and down this timeline, he's talking about free speech, controlling media platforms. This is the same Gavin Newsom that when it came to the jab, supported getting Trump kicked off of Twitter, supported anybody who was anti-jab. He was a supporter of censoring people who are anti-jab. Now, all of a sudden, he's becoming a champion of free speech. Y'all see how they play us? Kevin Blacc says speech is free depending on who's talking. You goddamn right. Love Wisdom says the left forgot that they started cancel culture. Right, with words we couldn't say, even on YouTube. Not to mention during the pandemic, they censored people. Freedom of speech isn't free because of consequences. You goddamn right, Love Wisdom. Appreciate the super chat. James, I appreciate the super chat, the cash tap over here. Appreciate the cash tap, James. Malik, I appreciate the cash app. Didn't get to say thanks yesterday. Christopher Ellis, Courtney G, Latrivia Lawson. This motherfucker. Appreciate the cash app. But you see, Newsom is now trying to play good cop. Neither is good cop. They're both bad cop. To me, there's an item that they're going to go after free speech in our First Amendment right. The last time there was any major shift in free speech was, I think, 1969, when they're about to put up a major. So what they're trying to do is they're playing good cop, bad cop. When both sides, neither side want us to be able to talk negatively of government. The left showed that when their agenda was a virus. The right is showing that through the agenda of white supremacy. He represented open white supremacy again. And the right wants to make sure that the whites, they're trying to bring back censorship, but censorship except for when it's white supremacy. They want that white supremacist caveat in censorship. Okay? And that's why Charlie Kirk means so much to them. You said the volume went low? The volume did go low. Why the fuck did the volume go low? I don't know. That's YouTube, y'all. I see y'all said the volume, it did go low. It did go low. Like, y'all good? Is that it? Yeah, it did go low. How about now? I'm seeing it get up to, let me zoom up. Look, they trying to fuck with the stream, y'all. That's what it is. I'm looking at my thing and it is showing that it's low. Y'all are not tripping. I'm maxed out. I'm maxed out on my shit, but I'm gonna keep going. Bring your shit up. Bring my mic up. Fuck them. We gonna keep talking. What's up, Aries, Damien? Appreciate y'all. Both, they do not want us speaking against different governmental agendas. They don't want that. Whatever agenda that they're pushing, they want us to blindly accept. They're gonna play. This virus is gonna take us all right. Let's all ban people who talks against it. Yeah, white. They're trying. They've already taken. They're trying to take America from you. They get all of these welfare benefits. Now they control how you speak. Don't let them talk about Charlie Kirk. He's one of ours. He represents freedom and freedom of speech. Yeah. The game is to take all this shit from all of us. That's the game. Like who's the Mac?
One of these motherfuckers.
You gotta ask yourself, who's the Mac?
It's Ice Cube, and you know that I'm a Mac in my own right. When it comes to,
Gotta ask that question. Who's the Mac? Is it the brother in the big hat? It's that politician in the silky shiny 3-piece suit. Ice Cube gave it. I think I'm gonna review Ice Cube's new album. His new album is dope. Ice Cube's new album is dope, man. Cube told us, I want to kill Sam because he ain't my motherfucking uncle. Just Uncle Sam ain't for none of us. So when it come down to it, that's what we have. We have these people they got you because of some shit that they said about you, hating the other people, to where so much to the point to where you want to take their right to speak. Remember, when you take somebody else's right to speak, you take yours. of it. There's nothing I can do to stop Get Back. There's nothing I can do to stop it. Nothing you can do about it. The stylistics told you that. Dog, it's a dog. Payback is a dog. Music from the 70s that have you right, goddammit. And 90s hip hop will have you right. You listen to music hip hop pre-95, R&B in the 70s, it will have you right. All this shit we dealing with, the 70s R&B put the game in our systems, let us know this shit coming, how to deal with it. Payback is a dog. So it's nothing, black folks, we got to sit and grab our popcorn. But going to as we get into the fall, what did I say is going to happen late summer into the fall? It's about to get cracking. Is it not getting cracking right now, y'all? Sherelle Bryan make a great point. Jimmy Kimmel wore blackface back in the day. One, that didn't get him banned. Matter of fact, wearing blackface got him a late night TV gig. Oh, you just found that out? Yeah, he been wearing that blackface. Yeah. Like, hey, it's all. What's up, Great Black Shark? ATLia. It's always. What's up, Quan? It's always a joke when it comes to us. Black people, we got to understand this. We are America's beta test. All right? We're the beta test. America, whatever, because the world and the rest of America is insensitive to our plight. The world is insensitive to what America suggests us to. We come to find out that the crack epidemic was a government-run thing. Do you have any people like Candace Owens or Charlie Kirk going around talking to them? Bonnet wearing bras are the result of the crack generation. People, anybody's wearing a bonnet and goddamn going outside to the airport, they mama was or in crack conditions. Do that. Go too hard on the bonnet wearers. I understand that they're victims of a particular sound. I stay away from the bonnet wearing brides. I was in the spot. I was in a chicken joint yesterday with a chicken with a. I was in Ramona's. Y'all know Ramona's. I'm a nigga. If you black in LA, you know about Ramona's. Let me stay the fuck from her. That's poison. But at the same time, I'm not going to use my microphone to criticize her. I know that she is the condition of an experiment that America put her through. Now she can say, far the fuck away from me, because I don't want to deal with bonnet bra problems. Bras that wear bonnets bring a set of problems that I don't want to deal with. But I'm not about to sit there and use them as an example the way Charlie Kirk did. They put us through these conditions and then mock the results of the conditions that they put us. And to make it worse, to make it worse, not only do they mock the conditions that put it through, they make jokes of it. And it makes it really bad is these are the most sensitive bitches on earth. Let me get down to you right-wingers. Yeah, I get it. This is payback. I get it. Y'all wanted y'all get back on the left wing. I get it. Fine. But y'all so real. The way y'all crying, Megyn Kelly, Glenn Beck, it's the left, it's the right. No, it's you. Right wing, left wing too. But right wing, it's on you now. Because y'all the ones that's acting like the biggest bitches in the room right now. Y'all talk about the left wing protecting gay people. Y'all acting worse? Crying because one person got shot. You know how many black people get shot? You know how much memory we have of Bunchy Carter? We can go down the line. Y'all just had one. Fucking punks. Put on your big boy suits and deal with it. Stop acting like bitches because one person you like got whoopty whamp boomty bam. And stop always pointing at the left. The right wing, y'all 9 out of 10 of these crazy ass shootings. At some point, white supremacists, you're going to have to look in the mirror. You're not going to kick enough black people out of college to avoid looking in that mirror. You're not going to cancel another mirror. You're going to have to look in that mirror. Bitches. And I say that with all my heart. Y'all some hoes. Flat out hoes. Everybody take a loss. People in Libya, Gaddafi, people all throughout Africa, police, had to see people that they love get taken out by a bullet made here in America. We live in a violent world. And unfortunately, this happens. I'm not over here advocating. I don't want to see people die. Bringing up the left, bringing up these people. No. Y'all got sour pussies making that birth sour ass kids and you raise them in a sour ass environment and you teach them how to shoot guns and they bring your sour ass upbringing with them sour ass guns and they come, I'm going to have to look in the mirror. Trying to blame all white folks ain't bad. And I stand by that. It's some cool white folks out there that ain't part of the bullshit. But since they generally don't speak up, Kelly, I can't say nothing for them. What I need is for the good white folks out there, and I know you're out there, I need y'all to stand up to your own people because they don't listen to us. They don't listen to us. I'm speaking to black people. If you're a white adjacent, Asian, and you Latino, and you sympathize to speak to your people. Your people will never listen to me in 1,000 years. Y'all gonna have to find some John Browns in your community. Great. Y'all gonna have to find y'all John Browns. Take some accountability. They're raising moral justice. I got this to say before we get out of here. Y'all been acting like hoes. Don't be a hoe. Be a hoe. Y'all acting like hoes. Stop being hoes. Man up, woman up. Back. They start in the mirror. If you look anywhere beyond the mirror, you've been a hoe. And nothing gets done. Being a hoe. You sees a non-holder. Stop being. Stop being hoes. 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 Alright? Don't be a hoe. With y'all, I'll be on my phone talking to y'all live from my phone so I can read y'all questions. Right? So stop being hoes and understand that for the rest of us got to understand that the world, we have to be the leaders. This is where we draw back. We don't jump in the fight. But we keep saying what we have to say. It ain't about to censor me. You gotta be smart and not use certain words. But you keep speaking truth to power. Because we Americans, Jack, and all the rights that we have as Americans, we earned. We earned these rights, and all rights must be defended. All come up to it just. And when that challenge comes, you face it down and take it. All right? Thank y'all again for listening. And remember, there are no perfect messengers, only perfect messages for those willing to pick up the game. Incense and Ashtrays, y'all. On YouTube at Incense and Ashtrays, we're putting up, we're putting up clips to my lowrider interview I did with the lady who coined the term lowrider, Miss Berta Bell. And we're gonna put the full interview up on that channel. Ashtrays, find that right now. And music content is gonna be over on that channel. A lot of my music channel content, my music interviews, and my that kind of stuff is gonna be over on Incense and Ashtrays. All right. Y'all have a good one. We out.
Donald Trump is escalating his authoritarian crackdown. Thought and it's like to be on the other side of Donald Trump's hammer. I've been targeted by him directly, and I've seen his playbook up close. In this video, I will expose how he plans to wield power to crush dissent, why he hates free speech, and what we can do to build an opposition movement to stop him. But first, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel to stay informed about how you, the most famous jailed dissident of the Soviet Union, he was a literary figure. He wrote novels. He was not an overtly political figure, but he was jailed because the Soviet Union could not tolerate in its midst someone who told the truth, someone who expressed himself subject to the Soviet. So he wrote, after he was released from jail, that one of the reasons he was put in prison in the Soviet gulag was because, quote, the lie has become not just a moral category, but a pillar of the state. If that resonates today, it is because Donald Trump is, if nothing else, a perpetrator of lies. And he wants those not just to, but he wants them to. I wrote a piece for democracy.net in which I said, quote, across agencies and departments, political appointees and career officials would be asked to harass those who opposed him through denials of government contracts, slowed services, IRS audits, and in the most sinister instances, criminal investigations and prosecutions. We have seen each and every one of those things come true. In fact, it's much worse than even I expected and predicted. From the White House itself, from cabinet agencies ranging from DHS to HHS, from the Department of Justice to the head in a new phase, that it is not enough that Donald Trump will go after his political opponents. It is not enough that Donald Trump will use the federal government to settle scores, but he is going to use the power of the federal government and all of its ancillary tools to wage a campaign against left-leaning groups, institutions of civil society, any organization or person. He'll say something that now we know, like twice. He does it, and all of these things by saying out loud what he means. And while much of the legacy media ignores it or minimizes it or says he doesn't really mean it for him, take it literally over and over again. And unless those of us in the pro-democracy movement stand up and build a durable opposition, he is going to use the power of the state to crush dissent. All dissent, not just dissent around him and his political campaigns and Republicans' efforts to win in 2026, but anyone who dissents from anything that Donald Trump does not like. He is going to make the lie the pillar of the state. Now, look, I need you not to get despaired. I need you not to give up. And I need you to watch to the end of this video, because we're going to talk not just about what he is doing, but what those of us in the from in this objective destroy the big institutions of civil society. What were those? Those were law firms, they were universities, they were large media companies, they were business leaders, and they were the federal government. Now, it's interesting, the federal government, which he controls, was one of those institutions that people said, well, you know, things go, but the federal bureaucracy, is always there. It's protected. It is a guardrail. We heard all of that. Well, so what did he start with? He started with Doge. And what was Doge? Doge was never about saving money. Doge was never about efficiency. The whole idea that this was a department of government efficiency was a lie that he was trying to make the pillar of the state. It was about breaking the internal checks and balances, firing the watchdogs, getting rid of the experts, putting them out of the way so that Donald Trump could weaponize the federal government more efficiently. If you want to misuse data collected by the federal government, what do you have to do? You have to get rid of the people whose job is to safeguard the data. And what did we see? We saw these Doge contractors going from agency to agency to agency, firing the people who were telling them, no, you cannot access everybody's Social Security information. No, you cannot access all the Treasury Department's information. We saw this systematic effort to work to protect you and the American people from government excess. They were there to prevent the government from becoming a tool of oppression against the citizenry. And those were the first people to go. Now, they weren't the only people to go. We have seen experts get purged as well, right? We saw experts for why? Because if you want the lie, you need liars in office. And good civil servants will prevent liars from spreading their lies. I mentioned the law firms. Anyone who has seen my videos knows I have a particular disdain for the 9 large law firms that entered into agreements with Donald Trump to literally give him collectively $1 billion of free legal services, which he has now started to tap. You know, all of those legal giants who strutted around saying, oh, we made this deal, but it doesn't mean anything. It won't change anything. That was always bullshit. But now we know it's bullshit because we have already started to see reports of how Donald Trump is deploying these legal resources, not to help the needy, not to help the poor, not even trends or combat anti-Semitism, which was the nonsensical rationale that he offered. But no, he's using it to further his agenda. Anyway, I've had this beyond those 9 law firms is the legal establishment. Where are the large law firms? Why don't we see their names in captions in cases on behalf of migrants? Why don't we see large law firms in the captions in cases defending the people being attacked by this administration? Why aren't their leaders speaking up every day in favor of the culture of this democracy? Why are they remaining silent as we watch Donald Trump target the most vulnerable in cities around this country? Why are large law firms not standing up on behalf of the people who are being terrorized and who the federal government is persecuting and prosecuting? I'll tell you why. Because he got those 9 law firms to capitulate, and then he got another 90 law firms, 100 law firms, 200 law firms to say, hey, you know what? We're going to take a step back and we're going to cower in nothing. Trump doesn't notice us and we will simply stay silent. Well, this is a moment where silence is complicity, and they are no better than the law firms that overtly capitulated. The universities, you know, I'm watching Harvard every day like a hawk. Harvard is so far fighting in court, and Harvard won, and Harvard needs to keep fighting and keep winning. And the universities that have bowed down to Donald Trump, what did it get them? It got them shame. It got them a loss of the dignity. You know, the media companies told us a whole lot that their job was to report without fear or favor. Does anyone believe that ABC News is doing fearless anything? Does anyone believe when they and CBS pay $16 million apiece to Donald Trump to settle? What does it mean that they report without fear or favor? Report about what? They're certainly not defending their employees who are being attacked unfairly by this administration. No, they are in it for the money. Think that they are there to provide you accurate news information or analysis. You're the sucker because you're putting money in their pockets and they are laughing all the way to the bank. It is time that we recognize the media conglomerates for what they are. They are businesses. They are for-profit businesses that do not care about anything other than their bottom line. And if that means they have to pay money to Donald Trump, they'll pay money to Donald Trump. If it means they need to fire Colbert or suspend Jimmy Kimmel, they will do that. There is nothing they won't do. They will claim to you, as sure as I sit here, when you're watching this video, they're going to claim to you, well, we just did this one thing because of this one reason. Bullshit. There is no red line. There's not even an orange or a yellow line. There is just a yes, sir, may we have another line. That's because they are taking their cues from the billionaires who own them. I mean, how many decades, how many centuries would it take Jeff Bezos to spend a quarter of his fortune? I mean, this is a guy who's never going to run on money. He could buy anything. He could buy a mega yacht every day. He could buy new planes every day. He could buy new businesses every day. He would never run out of money. And yet there he is destroying the Washington Post, destroying his reputation, sitting on a stage behind Donald Trump, sucking up to this guy. For what? You know, did you see the pictures of the billionaire tech executives sitting around the table? Tim Cook, Mark Zuckerberg, Sam Altman, all of these tech CEOs who claim they are the best and the best that America has to offer, that we should believe in their technology because they are the ones who are doing right and doing good. They're sitting around the table praising Donald Trump. Does Mark Zuckerberg really need more money? What is Donald Trump going to do? Make him a rather than a double centibillionaire? Like, it's just ridiculous. And it is disgusting. And we are watching the collapse of our democracy because the large institution, the millionaire lawyers who don't want to make a few $100,000 less, the university presidents who are scared that their endowments will go from 8 billion to 7.5 billion, the companies who just want to bring out a few extra dollars from another business, the billionaires for whom there is never enough money. Meanwhile, the people who are suffering in our cities, in our federal government, the people who healthcare, the people who every single day are watching the government of the United States be weaponized against them. So let's talk about that. This administration kicked off within days. The acting U.S. attorney in Washington, D.C. sent letters to prominent Democratic elected officials, including Senator Schumer of New York, Congressman Garcia of California, threatening them with criminal prosecution. Think about that. Literally within days of Donald Trump taking the oath of office, his handpicked U.S. attorney or acting U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia was already weaponizing government against his political opponents. Now, those two politicians, they stood up and Ed Martin backed down. Ed Martin, by the way, who before becoming the acting U.S. attorney, January 6th, a criminal defense lawyer for January 6th defendants and is an election denier, is in a leads a task force or something called the weaponization of government. I mean, if ever there was honesty in the Trump administration, it would be putting Ed Martin in charge of something called the weaponization of government. But anyway, they stood up to him. And then what do we see? We saw the Trump administration escalated through Alex Padilla, senator from California, to the ground for simply trying to ask a question at a press conference. It indicted a state court judge in Wisconsin. It indicted a member of Congress, a Democratic member of Congress, Congresswoman MacGyver from New Jersey. She remains under indictment. Why? Her job. She had the audacity to visit an ICE detention facility in her district that the administration wasn't all that keen on her visiting. And when they tried to block her way, they claim, but the right wing likes to say, do your research. This is one of those where I'll tell you, you do your research. Go look at the video of it. She was doing her job, and she's been indicted. Now we are watching instance after instance, whether it is Cook on the whether it is John Bolton. Now, I know many of you don't like John Bolton. I'm no friend of John Bolton's. John Bolton, worked in the first Trump administration. But what do those three people have in common? The Trump Department of Justice is weaponizing the criminal justice opponents. Now, why are they doing that? It is not just because they're trying to weaponize government. That's one reason. But it's because they're trying to, in their own ways, are saying things and doing things that Donald Trump doesn't like. I mean, it is quite remarkable that one of them is a Federal Reserve Board governor who's apparently going, he wants to take down because she won't lower interest rates at the level that he wants. He's going after Tish James in New York. He's going after John Bolton. Why? Because John Bolton is now a critic of his. It is not, in John Bolton's case, for example, the same thing that the comedians are doing. Look, it's not going to end with the comedians or the late night TV hosts. Donald Trump wants Kimmel off the air, sure. He wants Colbert off the air, sure. But it's not going to end with just that, or even, by the way, with ABC News giving him favorable coverage. I mean, I don't know how many of you watched the exchange between him day in which he was just like attacking the ABC News reporter, and the ABC News reporter was just kind of like standing there. Just go look at what Donald Trump has already said. Just look at what he's already said about broadcast licenses. And that's taking entire networks off the air. The NFL and like the local broadcasters gone. Because they lost their license. Just imagine what he's going to be willing to do elsewhere. It is not just that they are going after big figures. It's not just that they're going after politicians. It's not even just that they are trying to stifle dissent through making examples of people. Because after all, when you see in the news that they're going after someone, a lot of people are like, well, I'm not going to speak up. I mean, I have a lot of people, I was sued by Donald Trump for racketeering in 2022, along with a bunch of other people. I didn't make a settlement. It never occurred to me to compromise. I would never in a million years have bent a knee. I fought in court and we won. And not only do we win, Donald Trump right now is in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. His lawyers are trying to overturn that victory. I'm not trying to settle the case. I got nothing to offer him. I got nothing to offer him other than another court judgment saying he's wrong. And that will hopefully not only resolve this, but it will hopefully give an example to other people about that there is an alternative path to capitulation. But every time you see that these folks get targeted, and particularly when you see them get targeted and then, settle cases or compromise or say, we did this accommodation, but it's not that big of a deal. Like, what message does it send to the rest of America? What message does it send to you, right? It sends the message, well, maybe there's danger in standing up. Maybe there's danger in holding a sign at a rally. Maybe there's danger in dissenting from what Donald Trump wants you to believe is true, but is in fact a lie that he wants to make the pillar of the state. And so that's bad enough. But his next phase, the thing we're watching right now, is him targeting the institutions, the next round of institutions that allow dissent to be possible. What do I mean by that? The media doesn't make dissent possible, right? With all due respect, CNN was never the dissent network. Right? Like, even in the heyday of Zucker, it was not a dissent vehicle. Well, it would have on people who were in the opposition to Donald Trump, but it would have people on from Donald Trump. Even MSNBC it's not in the business of dissent. Like, there are several hosts on MSNBC I quite like, and I do go on their broadcast in order to express my dissent. But that's not their business. Their business is being a television network. But there are institutions whose business is dissent. And those are mostly nonprofits. They are organizations that fund free speech. They are organizations that promote positions that may not be popular with the government. They are a legal organization that defend people who express unpopular opinions. And this is where the administration is going next. Now, you don't have to take my word for that. Just take their word for it. Go read what J.D. Vance said. Go read what the Attorney General of the United States said. And of course, you can always read what Donald Trump says. They are next going to target the organizations, the nonprofit organizations, the funders, the people, the philanthropists, the philanthropy organizations that allow there to be space for there to be dissent, that host conferences at which dissent is discussed. They publish news outlets like Democracy Docket, like we do, that promote opinions that are not in favor with the administration. I'm not talking about the big legacy media. I'm talking about pro-democracy, independent media. And by the way, now would be a great time for you to support Democracy Docket as a pro-democracy, independent media organization. The link to that is in the description below. But if we don't support these independent organizations, it's going to be harder and harder to read dissent. But anyway, he's targeting the infrastructure that allows dissent to take place. What do they talk about? They say, well, there are these groups that are funding protests. Well, first of all, there really are not groups, quote unquote, funding protests. I mean, you've all been to protests. Did anyone give you a check? No, you showed up yourself, you marched, you protested. But there are some costs associated with protests. Some places you need, for example, a permit, or you need to post a bond, or you need to have insurance, right? So there are some costs. And if you shut down those things, if you say, hey, insurance companies, you cannot insure a protest, it is going to be harder to have a protest. If you tell cities, we're not going to fund, we, the federal government, won't give you funding for your police if you, allow them to work overtime to defend or to monitor, to be involved in facilitating protests, like, it's going to get very hard. So there's a lot of things that the Trump administration is planning to do, is already doing, executive orders, policies, memorandum, internal plans. Some of them are public. Some of them are not yet public. Some of them are going to come out. I am not here peddling conspiracy theories. I'm not here to tell you I know what's in all of them. Okay. I know what they say publicly. And I can apply a certain amount of common sense to take them at their word that when they say they plan to do these things, that's what they plan on doing. And not the sort of glossed over version, not the one that gets cleaned up after the Attorney General says what she really means, by a press spokesperson. I mean what they actually say. And we all need to be paying attention to the things they actually say. Because what is coming next is going to be this attack. So I mentioned they are going to go after nonprofit organizations. Again, don't take my word. They've said they're going to go after nonprofit organizations. They've actually picked out individual nonprofit organizations and funders that they say they're going to try to shut down. I mean, if that isn't chilling enough, I mean, if they can shut down a billionaire, what do you think they can do to you? What do you think they can do to me? What do you think they can do to democracy, docket? Right? So they've already said they're going to go after the big funders, the big nonprofits. Why? Because they don't want there to be dissent. They're going after the comedians. You know, one of the sayings that I have adopted and internalized comes from Andrew Breitbart, who was a right-wing publisher. He founded the publication Breitbart, but he was spot on right. He said, politics is downstream from culture. Politics is downstream from culture. You know, this is something many of us in the Democratic Party and the left, we don't always fully get right. We think policy is the most important thing. We think that if we lead with a series of good policies, the voters will come with us. They think that if we explain to them why it is that cutting Medicare is bad for them, if we explain to them that tariffs are bad for them, that will create more Democratic voters. And look, it does to some extent. I'm not faulting the people who talk about policy because policy should be important. But you need to understand politics is downstream from culture. Culture is the most important thing. When people talk about how, you know, Democrats should have gone on podcasts, what they were really saying is Democrats should have engaged in a culture and then talked politics, as opposed to the other way around. And so it is no coincidence that Donald Trump is targeting culture. He started by targeting culture through the Smithsonian museums. Remember that whole thing? Like he wanted to change the exhibits because he didn't want it to reflect negatively on the United States. He didn't want it to reflect positively on minorities.
I'm bad, I gotta go. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Make sure y'all join us tomorrow after City Council. Today after City Council for Frontline Black News, Season 5, Episode 44, Part 3, Part 3 of the Frontline Black News. So I'll see y'all then. Peace. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. It's your Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Sam Kramer signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant for the City. Peace.